record.
Thank you. At 6:01 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board will now be called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Laura Blakely.
2 for 1.
Chris Chang.
Laura Berman.
And 3 for 4.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any trustee comments regarding the agenda? Okay. If not, seeing as there are none, we will take public comment on the approval of the agenda. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the agenda, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Chang got it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Chang, the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to approve the agenda. We are now on item 2, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If this is one of your first times joining us, when trustees go to closed session, this screen will basically be dark and we will come back out afterwards to the public session. But if you would like to comment on the one item that is on that agenda, you may do so now by raising your hand in Zoom or pressing *9 on your phone. All right, seeing as there is no public comment at this time, the board will now adjourn to closed session. At this time, we will reconvene the open session of this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board. No action was taken in closed session. We will now move on to item 5, the consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments regarding items? Trustee Chang.
And per our new policy, this was emailed to the board president. A pulling item for discussion, item D on the consent agenda, approval of the consulting services for the guidepost solutions for district-wide access control projects.
Okay, so are there any other questions or comments regarding the remainder of the consent agenda or a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of item D deferred for further discussion.
Second.
Let me quickly see.
Yeah, so I've been waiting for community comment on this.
Yeah, I was going to say, let me see if there is public comment on this item before we vote. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the consent agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is none, on a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Berman,
Chang.
Trustee Chang, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The board votes unanimously to approve the consent agenda minus item D, which we've pulled for further discussion. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. And more a question about seems like parts of this are related to what's being discussed in later in our agenda on for the review and discussion on construction update. And I'm just trying to trying to understand a little more about the order of things. Like, does anything what we say later have a potential impact on what we do with this? And if it doesn't, then it's a non-issue. But I just try to understand if this could be impacted by what we say later.
So this is more of a consultant who's doing feasibility, or they're looking at making sure that all 3 systems align. So lights, cameras, as well as the perimeters. Not the perimeters, the actual automatic locks. Part of the challenge is that, once we turn on swipe cards, you'll have teachers who will come in on the weekend and you want to be able to unlock or turn off the alarm. The same thing goes for the sports centers. You want to make sure that, as the city has access or the police have access, that you're able to disarm the alarms at different times, as well as trigger different cameras. So instead of having 3 systems that operate independently, the point here is, we could purchase the locks by themselves and we could install them, and then we could purchase the cameras by themselves and install them. And we've migrated the whole system, the whole district over to Bay Alarm. And so you want to make sure that all 3 systems work in tandem as opposed to 3 separate parts. Because one of the things that we are constantly running into is what happens when a teacher sets off an alarm, or, somebody else sets off an alarm because they're unaware that the alarm is in one building, but they may be going to a wing or a different part of the building and not realizing that it's connected.
And Dr. Veroff, do we already have somebody who we're consulting with for the existing projects like security cameras, or is this contract also to kind of finalize those aspects of our?
So we have someone who we're consulting with for it, but this person is working to bring all of this together. And this is, primarily because we've had to rekey Castro twice and Graham once. Last year, I made y'all aware of some issues with high school students who were in Castro and using it for unscrupulous activities. And so, this is what we realized is that, yes, you could have cameras and the cameras would catch someone. And yes, you can have an alarm system, but it really makes sense for all 3 of these things to be together. And so Greystone West, our construction firm, actually said before you move forward with putting in automatic locks or swipe cards, that you really should make sure that all these are integrated. And it's also one of the things that our principals and teachers brought up, that, they want to have access to the buildings after hours or on the weekend so that they can do work. And it only makes sense that, right now the system is a teacher has to call a principal. The principal, luckily, because we switched over to Bay Alarm, we can disarm the system, or we have to call Brian, who's Director Perone, and have him disarm the system, or we have to send somebody out. And so we just want to bring it all together. And that's why Grace on West recommended us using this firm.
Thank you, Dr. Goff.
Is there a motion regarding item D from the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion. And I guess yeah, I'll make a motion, and then during the second, I just have a comment about before we vote. But I move we vote on a consent agenda item D, which is approval of the consulting service agreement with Guidepost Solutions for district-wide access control project.
Second.
Oh, go ahead, Trustee Chu.
And just a quick comment, because I know it's a courtesy we usually say on why we're not voting for it. I appreciate it was helpful to hear the details of why we're doing this from the superintendent. I welcome us discussion of this, and because later we're going to be prioritizing how we prioritize if we electronic keying for and measure in this construction bond. And because we haven't discussed that yet, I don't feel comfortable voting on it yet. But for that reason, I'll be voting no.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion made by Trustee
Chang.
Chang and seconded by Trustee Wheeler. Did I get that right? Board members Berman, Blakely, Wheeler, and Conley voted to approve item D for the consent agenda, and Trustee Chang voted against approving item D. And trustees, I apologize. I know we have a very long agenda tonight, and I don't mean to be rushing us through, but I'm feeling some pressure for us to move quickly, which is why I probably seem a little urgent about moving on. We have a lot to do tonight. Thank you for that. We will now move on to item 6, communications. We will start with employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, we will now move on to district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, we will move on to the superintendent update.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. So first, Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting if you're using a Mac or PC. I know it's pretty standard for us, but I figure I'll say it anyway. Click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Hay interpretación a español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usado una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si está en iPhone or Android, está en el menú de opciones. Just also wanted to say that tomorrow, as a district at 8:46 a.m., we will be having a moment of silence and reflection for the 20th anniversary of 9/11. We have some age-appropriate activities, and each school is doing something. We've already sent out a letter. We know that 9/11 is on Saturday. We also, even though the governors or the federal government is actually, the president has asked for the flags to be at half mast. Our flags are normally not up on the weekend, so we'll fly them half mast tomorrow. But just wanted to let everybody know that that's actually taking place. And so, I just ask everybody to reflect and remember those that we've lost, not only just at the Twin Towers, but also in Pennsylvania and at the Pentagon in DC. We will have a community check-in tomorrow, have a couple of things that we're going to be talking about. We will be reviewing testing a little bit and some changes that we're making on how to upload vaccination documentation. So our tech team Our communications team has been working really hard. Also some changes to OK Reopen we'll be talking about. Really good about that. And then, of course, just an update about we've sent out information about securely to parents. We want to let them know how they can monitor their kids' devices. And if they want to shut the device off, they're more than welcome to. The other thing, just real quick, just want to let you know. So we are tracking signups for Concentric. We're coming close to around 80% of students or parents who have signed up. Right now, our biggest hangup actually is at Graham Middle School. They have the highest number of students who have not responded. And so we need to have we're trying to make some final pushes at that school. There's over 200 people who have not responded. So for those parents who are listening or who will be listening, I'll say this again tomorrow. We expect to get a push there. I know oftentimes we worry about Cough Castro, and because those are our two impoverished schools, they're actually doing pretty well. I think it's 51 students who haven't responded at Castro, and I can't remember the Theracough number, but it's just as low. So they have some of the lower percentages, and when we look across demographics, we're going to break it out by race pretty soon. At least when we look at demographics right now, it appears that every demographic is signing up pretty at the same rate. And SED is exactly the same, but we do have, we spoke about it in our COVID check-in meeting that we have every week. We talked about today, and I know we're going to make some personal calls to our SED students, as well as our EL parents that are still on the list. And so Director Chang's going to be pushing for that. So please, parents, it is not too late for you to sign up. I know I mentioned it yesterday at the cafecito, which we had a really good turnout. There were 88 parents there. So, we want to make sure that we continue to get people to sign up. Your deadline for signing up to be tested in the next week is Wednesday. Right now, we still have a couple more sites that we're still waiting on. I was wrong yesterday. There's still a couple sites that are still waiting on a couple testing kits, but we are coming closer. We've been guaranteed that they'll be here by the end of the week. And it looks like next week we'll do a pilot run. And then towards the end of the month, we should be ready to go live. So fingers crossed, if something changes, we'll definitely let you know, but we're marching full steam ahead with it taking place. So those are all my updates. Again, looking forward to seeing everybody after the board meeting on Friday, not after the board meeting tonight, with the community check-in, where we'll answer questions and address anything else. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Trustees, if you all feel it would be appropriate, I do think this would be a good time to have a moment of silence to reflect on all of those who were lost on 9/11, since we will not have a meeting on Saturday. Is that all right with trustees? Okay, so we'll take a moment of silence to remember and reflect on those who were lost to us on that day. Thank you, trustees. And Dr. Rudolph, thank you for the communication that you sent out to the community about it. We will now move on to item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. If you would like to address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. please turn off your camera if you're a member of the public. Thank you. It's just our board policy. The only cameras on are the trustees and whoever is giving a presentation. All right, I see we have one speaker. Ms. Johnson, you will have 3 minutes to address the board. We need to get a timer up for you real quick. Okay, Kristen Johnson, you may unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to address some concerns in regard to COVID. First of all, I want to thank the school board for all they're doing. I know there's such a huge extra layer of complexity going on right now with trying to educate students while dealing with COVID. One thing that I have a personal issue with is that the school district is not currently accepting the parents to submit rapid result testing, home tests for COVID. We have had 4 different exposure notices come home in under, we've only been in school for less than a month. And we've been dealing with this. It's almost like a full-time job for me to try to get our students tested, get them appointments, get these results in on day 1 and day 5. And usually if I'm following the guidelines that you guys submit where we can't use the rapid result tests, the results that you're getting are not even relevant by the time you're getting this information. Allowing us to use a rapid result test from a home test that's approved by the FDA that has 95% accuracy is actually more pertinent to nailing down where the breakouts are and who's positive in a relevant time. Not only is it taking huge amounts of time from parents, schedules, and running around all over town trying to get these tests done, but being able to do it from home is takes so much less time, and you're able to get those results out in a timely manner where they actually are able to have an impact on keeping kids away from each other if they are positive. So I've looked through the information that the school district gives out, which says that the county doesn't allow them to use these rapid result tests. But I've looked through all of the information I can find from Santa Clara County, and there's no information that says that you cannot use the home test. I spoke to the woman in charge of this at the school district office today, and she said that they are giving different information to you as a school district, which is inconsistent. I mean, they need to be transparent. If they're giving you different qualifications for test results, then I feel like that needs to be made known to the public. Because if these are FDA approved tests that are allowed to be administered by lay people by the FDA, then Santa Clara County should be accepting that. And that's what it says on their public website. But if they're giving different information to the school district, then I feel like that needs to be made public as well. I don't think we're giving our students, I think we're doing a disservice to our students. And I think that's why we've seen more spread, is because we're taking so long to do these longer tests. And I know that you guys have a new program coming up soon, but for those of us affected by this, it's been really difficult.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. If you have further comments, I know 3 minutes can feel very short. Please do feel free to email the Board of Trustees. And Dr. Rudolph, I know this has come up elsewhere and we have responded in emails with the slides from the county training for the school districts that say we're not allowed to accept the rapid antigen at home tests.
Correct. If she wants to email SUPT@MVWSD, I can send her a copy of the slide so that she can see it herself. But that's the training that was given to every COVID designee. And so that's, we're going off of what's been given to us. And I think part of that is that they want to make sure that, not only the accuracy, but that you don't have people who, not only are you not doing the test effectively, but that you're not using the test, somebody else is using the test to provide a positive. And I do want to point out that although they've relaxed some of the guidelines, there are differences between what they expect for schools and what they expect out in the public. But I'll be more than welcome to send off that slide. I know I just emailed it off to a parent a couple of days ago who asked the exact same question. So
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We will now move on to item 8, review and action. We will start with 8A, newly permanent teachers for the 2021-2022 school year, with our presentation from Tara Vickyard, our Chief Human Relations Officer.
All right, good evening. Thank you very much. This is one of the most exciting board items for me to present each year. When our teachers are hired, they go through 2 years in a temporary or probationary status. And during that time, they work really, really hard with their administrators to demonstrate their skills. And it is at this time in the beginning of year 3 that our teachers are with us, that we congratulate the following teachers on their success, and we recognize their new status as permanent teachers in the Mountain View Wisdom School District. And so I'm going to ask that when I call the names of the following people, I would ask that you please turn on your camera and wave to us so that we can see you and recognize you for this, this great accomplishment. All right, and so I will begin, and we're going to go alphabetically so that your family, your colleagues, and everybody else knows when to expect your name coming. All right, so first I'd like to start with Kimberly Berry from Vargas Elementary. All right, next, Maria Carmen Garcia Izquierdo from Mistral. Following Maria is Sarah Gehan from Crittenden Middle School. Next, I'd like to honor Yasmin Gazawi from Montaloma. And following Yasmin is Justin Gorman from Vargas. I would also like to recognize Joanna Graciano from Imai Elementary. Next, we have Melissa Green from Landals Elementary. Sadai Khan from Crittenden Middle School. And Hallie Kovacs, also from Crittenden Middle School. Next, we have Abby Larson from Castro Elementary. And Alexandria Leopold from Vargas. And yes, that is a different name than some of you might recognize, but congratulations. Next, we have Nicole McCaslin from Graham, followed by Renee McCollum from Graham. I'd like to congratulate Brittany O'Brien from Therakoff, along with Mary Orville from Crittenden Middle School. Sarah Peterson, also from Crittenden, congrats. I'd like to congratulate also Ismael Portillo from Mistral. Anne Flore Ragas from Vargas. Alexandra Randall from Crittenden. Jennifer So from Stevenson Elementary. Abby Stanford from Bub. We have Ryan Starks from Landals Elementary. And last but certainly not least, Glenda Vargas from Crittenden Middle School. And at this time, I would ask the Board of Trustees to please approve permanent status for each of these employees.
Thank you, Ms. Vickyard. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there
I
are
have a
none.
comment. I don't have a question.
Okay, we'll take public comment real quick and then we'll do trustee comments. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no public comments at this time. Oh, hold on, we've got one. I'll wait just a little bit longer. All right, we have 2 public comments at this time. Both speakers will be allocated 3 minutes to address the board. We will get a timer up and then I will let you know when you can unmute yourself.
They're both staff members.
So they don't need a timer. That's
Principal and
true.
assistant principal. I think they should keep it on time. I hope.
They can be part of the presentation. Principal Taylor.
Hi, I just wanted to say congratulations to all of our newly tenured permanent staff members. It has been a really tough 2 years, and you guys made permanency in a time that has been very difficult and very hard. And you guys worked so hard. I know at least the teachers I've worked with and I've observed, great job. Keep up the good work. We're so proud of you. So.
Thank you, Principal Taylor. And Assistant Principal Kearns.
Hi, I just wanted to echo Principal Taylor's thoughts. This has been an incredibly difficult 2 years, and we are so proud of all of you guys for making permanent status, and we are so excited to keep you guys around forever.
Thank you very much, Assistant Principal Kearns. All right, Trustee Wheeler, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just want to say how much I enjoyed, and I know everybody else did, looking at everybody when you showed your face on the screen, and then some of you had like decorations up in the background, or family members. It's too bad that we couldn't do all this in person, but it was wonderful that you had people around you, or at least you let us see your faces. So this is just a wonderful day. We're very happy for you.
I agree. We appreciate you welcoming us to your Zoom classroom at home. Trustee Chang.
Oh, I just want to echo the congratulations in that, district as its teachers and as a board, we work so hard to always recognize that. And this is a wonderful day. And I should make note that one of these is a former student of mine. I won't put them on the spot, but I'm happy to see all the names, but as well.
Yep. So I just need to say Vern and Jackie stole my thunder. I really appreciate that. We'll talk about this a little bit later. We have a meeting after the meeting. But congratulations, everybody. I think what Vern and Jackie said is correct. This is, of all the years to get tenure and all the times to be teaching, this is probably the hardest that we've ever had to endure. And so, kudos to y'all for enduring probably one of the hardest times. You're stuck at home and then you have to come in and everything's changing. And it's really hard, but it's a great testament to who you are. Our processes change in terms of how we hire people. The standards that we have are really high. And so having you here just is a reflection of just the quality that you bring to our kids every single day. And I know, that the board obviously cares. I care. All staff cares about the work that you're doing. So thank you so much for choosing us. And we're glad that you are part of the family permanently.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I will just echo welcome home, and hopefully you'll stay with us a long time. We're so happy to have you, and especially after such a remarkable year and a half. I saw my baby's teacher from 2 years ago make it through, so I'm thrilled that you all have hung in there with us, and thank you for your work. On that note, do we have a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve permanent status for each of the above mentioned certificated employees as presented.
Second, and kudos.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board votes unanimously to approve permanent status for each of the certificated employees presented here this evening.
And Trustees, may I just also say congratulations to everybody. We are all so very proud of you. Your permanent status apples will be delivered to you tomorrow to help commemorate this occasion for you. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to your families for celebrating with you.
Thank you, Ms. Fickyard. All right, we will now move on to item 8B, public hearing and resolution number 01090921. So at 6:49 p.m., I'm going to open this public hearing by closing the board meeting on resolution number 01090921, resolution on sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state frameworks for 2021-2022. And we have Kathy Bauer, our Chief Academic Officer, here to present.
Thank you, trustees. So each year, we are required to have our board hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution stating that each pupil in our district has sufficient textbooks and/or instructional materials. And I'm here tonight to tell you that our students do have these instructional materials. They have access to them at school and at home. All of our adopted instructional materials for language arts, math, science, and social studies. So I'm asking you tonight to, once the public hearing is finished, to approve and adopt our resolution so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we will take public comment. If you are a member of the public and you would like to address the board regarding this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone. We have one public comment, so we will get a timer up with 3 minutes on it. Let's see, Dr. Rudolph, do you have the public timer for us to use? All right, I am going to, oh, there we go. I was about to do it myself. Thank you. All right, I believe it is Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, you may unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone, and you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. I am unmuted and I've turned over my egg timer. You guys are 2 minutes and 30 seconds delayed. I would like to remind this board that this issue, though usually just passed over quickly without any comment or much viewing by the board, is actually really important. 2 years ago, a similar board or this district's board approved this without checking that there were computer systems and internet connections available for children to access the iReady new system that was bought for $250,000. That later turned out to be a big problem for these children because when the pandemic started, they didn't have access, as we learned, actually hundreds of them didn't have access to some of the same materials that wealthier students had access to. So 2 years ago, the board went through and approved that all these materials were available, even though instructional materials having to do for iReady really weren't available. I'm glad to say, at least it seems this year, those materials are available. So students who are poor will be able to access iReady from home. This is, according to the district's own postings, important for maybe doing remedial work or getting other check Of course, SED students have lots of other problems. Oftentimes they are English language learners and their parents can't provide extra help. So I'm glad to hear that the district has provided that, but please take more care on this in the future, especially paying for low-income internet connections at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Are there any comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Chang.
It was a title up for as a hearing. Do we need to do like a formal close and reopening for this?
Do we reopen before we vote? Do we end the hearing before we vote?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay. So at 6:54 p.m., we will end this public hearing on resolution number 01090921 and reopen the board meeting. And now, are there comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Blakely.
I'd like to move that the board adopt resolution number 01-090921, pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state frameworks as presented and discussed in the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board votes unanimously to approve and adopt resolution number 01090921, pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state frameworks as presented. We will now move on to item 8C, the Montaloma update and award of architectural services contract to Carducci Associates for the Montaloma Fields and Site Improvements Project. And we have Dr. Rudolph to present.
All right. So this is an exciting time for us. It's taken us a while to get to this point, but really glad that we can move to what is the next phase of Montaloma's open space reconfiguration, which is really more of a visionary process for the community as well as the school and the city, who are the three big stakeholders over there, and to really start designing a space that is functional for all three distinct groups who have very unique needs. So we're super excited. So I want to take us through the process of where we came and then sort of talk about what comes next. So this fits within our new strategic plan 2027, which is making sure that we have an equitable distribution of resources that supported student success. Within that, we also had a 10-year master plan that was designed and approved. And that is really to help design what takes place over the coming years to adjust for growth as well as for different priorities that were identified. It was a solid foundation to address short-term growth and make upgrades for infrastructure. And it also informed Measure T, which was passed by the voters. Safety came up as one of the primary concerns from school sites. The first one, securing our campuses to deter school violence, and fences as well as cameras were also listed as priority one needs. But there were other items too. Solar, which has been installed across the district, has been a priority. Shade structures, HVAC units, things that we've been working on over the last couple of years. And then there are a couple of school sites that also are, at that time, Landos was one of the sites that we identified for future growth, as well as a couple other places. Sorry, looks like I was freezing here. So originally, we had a couple proposals that were sort of met with a very lukewarm reception, if I would say so myself. And it became clear that these proposals did not meet the standards meet the needs of all stakeholders. But I do think it's important, just for posterity's purposes, to just go back over what those look like. So the original proposal just was a fence that went across the front of the gate and sort of simply blocked off the area. After getting initial feedback from community members, that then turned to an area that sort of fenced in the field, as well, just connected and allowed the path for the community to walk, so they could use that during the day, as well as the trails, as well as the tot lot, and simply section off the school fields. And then these were some initial designs of what we would look like, trying to make it look a little bit similar to Eagle Park. And if those were sort of put up there. But then the outcry really led to the formation of the Montaloma work group. And the whole idea here was to find a solution to find a solution to address the needs of the school, the community, as well as the city. And so this group was formed, and it consisted of community members, teachers, staff, representatives, and parents. And they really did an excellent job of identifying the uses of the field and also presenting that this was a larger problem that was greater than what we initially intended, that it involved historical wrongs in terms of the amount of fields or green space that exists in the community, but also how the community uses the field at any given time and how the school uses it and how there's a delicate balance, even though there are increasing needs. So one of the things that came out was we really were able to clearly identify how the school was used. And this actually informed the pilot program that we had this summer when we had summer school over there, and continues to inform the work that we do today. One thing I will also say is that at the beginning of this, we also experienced a lot of dogs and people cutting through campus at the beginning. And as we were able to identify different areas and really say that these areas are what's being used, it also to help reacculturate the community to understand that there were certain areas that they could use during the day and other areas that really need to be reserved for school spaces. And that's been one of the other great outcomes from that. But the school identified the baseball diamond, the fields of really PE uses. Then there's some playground areas that take place, as well as drop off and pickup. The city in Park and Recs uses the baseball diamond as well as the soccer field. And then of course, one of the things that we've learned is that, that the city actually backed down on as a result of the working group, is that the fields were rented out pretty much from dusk on the weekends from dusk to dawn. And so the city actually started backing down on this rental to make sure that it had access for the community, right? And so there was another plus that came out of this group. And then the community identified that there is a lot of dog walking that takes place. So as well as seniors who use this as a cut through to get to the other areas. They use the trails. The tot lot is actually used. And then of course, even this weekend, Monaloma's Neighborhood Association had their ice cream social there, their birthday parties there. And it's also sort of an unofficial town square for the community. It really is the heart of the Montaloma community, and it represents the largest green space that they have access to. And then parents and PTA also identified their own uses, right? And so similar to community use, they used the teacher events, art nights, back to school nights, walkathons, right? And so these areas are also used by different groups. So we have a lot of different stakeholders who are utilizing the school for various purposes throughout the day, and it's only 10 acres. And so we have a lot of use, and we need to make sure that we can meet the needs of every single community member. So as I said before, the work group really helped to illuminate the need for more solutions based off of the data. So we started collecting data to see what actually took place. And again, I'll point out that we noticed that there was a spike in the very beginning. It was our highest. And then over time, we started to see that the number of individuals who came on the campus lessened. And, I think part of that's also that this was during the pandemic. And so when you don't have kids who are on school grounds, there's also not sort of that antecedent that reminds you that I shouldn't be there. Discussions from the group illuminated that there are multiple items that need to be addressed for the field to serve both the school, the community, as well as the city. And I touched on some of those. And the district and the city both proposed the possibility of a redesign of the field area so we'd be able to better meet the needs of all stakeholders. So we came back and asked the board for direction on Montaloma's open space. And the board on June 17th gave us direction to move it to a phase 1 project and to start at least the reconfiguration, the concept of it, so the drawing of it, and express the desire that this is a very community-centric meeting with a lot of different stakeholders involved, and that all of that information helps to really inform some possibilities that could take place. But noting that we're only paying for the architect, we do not know what the final cost of this is, because we don't understand how much blacktop space will be moved, what fields could be reconfigured, what playground structures may be moved, right? What walking paved areas. And we even delayed some projects, the lighting that was supposed to take place, as well as the solar shade structure that will be on Montaloma's campus was delayed too, until we could figure out what the final orientation is. So Montaloma is actually the one school that doesn't have solar as a result of this. And so we identified the large green area as sort of a blank canvas, right? And so part of the challenge here that took place is that as we continue to look at the school, everyone looked at this as fixed assets. Well, the swings are here and the tot lot is here and the baseball field is here and the soccer field is here, as opposed to just thinking about it, if we were to go back before the community was developed, when it was just, Mountain View was just being developed, we go back circa 1800s, it's just open space. How would you actually design it, right? So we have a school that was built in the 1950s, 1960s, that was really designed for a different population and a different use at the time. And now we have an area that is a lot more populated, that is continuing to be turned over, and the demands are a little bit greater. And so we really need an updated design for the field. And so if we look at this whole green area as a possibility, it allows us to do some really creative things, from outdoor learning spaces to different walking trails to different playgrounds and reorientations of fields. And so I think that's one of the big pluses of this process right now. So, as we discussed back in June, we wanted to make sure that we had a collaborative selection of architects and next steps. So on July 6th, we sent out an RFP to a pool of architects. On the 8th, proposals were submitted. Then we did independent scoring. Interview of the firms took place. And now today we're bringing back an award for a contract. I do want to point out that this is both city and district staff, as well as our construction management firm. So one of the things we heard clearly from the board is that the city has expertise about redesigning, and that the district staff has, obviously an interest to make sure that it meets our particular needs. And so we brought each group, and then Greystone West, who's our construction management firm, who has experience with making sure that all this takes place and happens on time and under budget or on budget. And so the three of us sat down and did an independent scoring and interviewed the teams, and then came up with the final contract. After scoring, it was clear that Carducci and Associates was the highest total score. And they were really identified as a firm offering the best fit and value for the district. During the team, everyone was really impressed with their willingness to hold as many meetings as needed. And to really connect with the community. And what really impressed us was the idea that they would not only hold meetings during the week, but they also would do them on the weekend. And they also, one of the things we noticed with the working group is that, we had a parent who was bilingual, but we struggled to make sure or find ways to connect. And Carducci does have the ability to conduct bilingual presentations and has a lot of different methods that they would use to involve community members. So this is just really a general meeting breakdown. Once the contract is awarded, we'll start working with Carducci in the city to sort of create a workflow of what this will look like. But what I can say is the meeting breakdowns will be, there'll be some initial meetings to sort of understand the stakeholders. There'll be a site visit and a walk with stakeholders to understand the actual site. There's going to be community input sessions, meetings with facility personnel, user groups, as well as design coordination. And then, once you start going through there, you have a couple iterations of this particular process until we get to a place where everybody's comfortable. In the interim, we did do a pilot with the city. Dr. Westover, as well as John Marchant, really spent a lot of time this summer making sure that we could manage or sort of utilize the field and still have community members walking through. And so, because summer school was over there, it gave us a chance to pilot, put out information, test how we were sending information to the public and making them aware of which areas could be used, which areas could not be used. And as a result of the pilot, the city as well as the school district recognized that there's a need to add an asphalt pathway to connect the existing asphalt from Anna access point to the existing path that sort of goes behind the baseball field. Unintentionally, you'll sort of walk through under the trees and keep on going, but it's not really a defined path. And so we want to make that a little bit clear for people. And the city is expecting to install the path later this fall. So here's the pathway. There we go. So here's a pathway that we're talking about. This yellow represents the pathway. And this shaded blue area is actually the area that we piloted this summer that can be used by the community while school is in session. However, the coned area is the area that we use for the 300 plus kids that are over at Montaloma Elementary at any given time that are doing recess, eating outdoors, PE, and any other types of activities. So we have also one of the other pluses of this process is that we now understand that normally school districts focus on one sort of group of individuals as parents, but in a process like this, we really need to do a broader outreach. Initially, we would do just sort of mailers to the individuals who live right within a particular zone or sort of footage or from the actual school. And so now we actually do monthly postcards to the neighborhood, and we collaborate with the city. Obviously, we have the regular emails to city council, as well as we have a listserv that provides updates. At the school site, there are QR codes for people to sign up, so you can take a picture on your phone. And then, of course, we actually have a Montaloma construction website page where you can find regular updates also. Here's a copy of the last one that we actually sent, our September issue. It talks about the pilot, it talks about the connection, and it did let everybody know that we were going to be hiring an architect. These flyers are actually mailed home. We use snail mail as well as a digital update, but we heard loud and clear, especially because we have citizens who may not use the internet or may not be connected to us. And the formats that we're currently using, social media, and so our email. And so we wanted to make sure that we also mailed this out to every single person. So we do send that out also. And so staff is recommending that the board of trustees approves Carducci and Associates as the architect in the design form and an award agreement in the amount of $481,000 to start the work on Montaloma Fields in the site improvement, knowing that after we bring them on board, that they will further define what the actual process looks like for all stakeholders. I'm gonna open it up for questions. I have Dr. Westover, who is also here too, who can assist in answering any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Rudolph. The cone pilot and the kind of portioning of the fields, is that kind of the ratio that the current city and school staff are thinking as what would be like possibly available during the school day?
I'm sorry, Dr. Rudolph, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's the area that actually is being utilized by the school during the school day. So that is traditionally with the students on campus at any given time with PE and all the other outdoor activities, that's the area that would normally be used. And so what the pilot helped to do over the summer, because we had students there, it helped us to remind the public, because we have been 18 months without having, although we had some kids there towards the end of last year, we didn't have as many as we had this summer, and then obviously not as many as we had now. And so what the pilot helped us to do is to inform the community that this is the areas that would be used, and these are the areas that they could use during the actual school day. So it sort of just delineated, what's being used by the school and what's being used by the community. And also the same thing goes for when the city rents out, the city, this is what's being rented out by the city, and this is what the community can use. And so it's a little bit clearer than probably what it was. It was probably a little bit too nebulous when we first started this process, because, when you see, some soccer team renting the whole soccer field, there's sort of a perception that they have all the way past the trees onto the trail, when in reality, they have just the area that's being rented, which is the field. And there's an area up at the top for people to play. There's areas on the side as well as on the back.
Trustee Berman.
Thank you for the presentation. I was just thinking about how I think our district team is really spread thin at the beginning of this year. I think this year started off not like we thought it would back in May and June and even July. So I'm wondering, what is the capacity for us to take on this really huge project in terms of staff at the district office? And maybe that's with the support of the architect, maybe that would take a load off how much there is for our district team to do. But I'm wondering what the capacity is for people to take on a project like this right now, when our district is just managing so many urgent issues around testing and contact tracing and this pandemic.
Dr. Westover, I thought we were like tag teaming in here, right?
Yeah, I am deep in
my
thought
hand
with
up
that
and was like,
question.
you're in, and you didn't. You just looked. So,
I was looking because I was like, yes, I agree. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Were you going to answer? I'm happy to.
Go ahead, because you were the one that were running the meetings beforehand. So I think pertinent when you answer this one, and I can reinforce it.
Yeah. I think there is a lot going on in the district right now, but I think there are also things that we have to continue to move forward on because it's something that's pressing to the community. And I think having the support of an architect on board that's sole responsibility is to help move this process forward will be very helpful.
I would also say I think the context has changed, right? So in the beginning, we had a plan. And, we were meeting, and then the architect that we used last year was really about, well, how can we make this work, right? And then we realized that wasn't going to work. Whereas now we have an architect, they have, it's actually the first time since I've been here working in the district. They've worked in Berkeley. So if Mountain View talks, this much, Berkeley is like up here, right? So we at least know that they're used to having a very communicative process. And so I think that's going to aid us a little bit, and it will take a little bit of the pressure off of Dr. Westover's team, as well as Greystone West, and allow those community meetings to keep going and allow us to continue to connect with them. But it doesn't require, Dr. Westover to spend as much time as she was. Not that she wouldn't be doing it, not that I wouldn't be touching base, but walking a site takes time, right? Or meeting with a community member to walk a site and look at different things, and then you do that multiple times. Whereas now you have some people who are on board who they understand that's part of the job, and they can keep that process going, and then provide us with the information, and we're allowed to connect. So it will reduce some of the workload for the team, and allow us, as Dr. Westover said, to keep the process moving forward, even though we don't know when the process technically will end. That's probably one of those things that's still out there.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I do plan on voting for this action item, but I have a question. And I know that, in the trustee questions ahead of time, this was kind of touched on, but when do you expect the city to start contributing to the cost of this project? And do you have an idea of how much money they will be contributing?
Yeah, so a couple things, right? First, the city's budget, like if they budget theirs a little bit differently. So when we made this decision to pivot, they had already set their budget, and the requirements for them to alter their budgets are a lot harder than the requirements for us to alter the budget, which is why we felt like, and plus, we sort of brought this issue to light, and we felt like it was important for us to take place. I think the second part of your question, though, is about when they will contribute. That's obviously going to come up in contract negotiations, which is a closed session item. But I know that their interest is to resolve the issues that sit around the joint use agreement, to bring us in compliance with the Civic Center Act. But also we have several agreements. And the Montaloma one is a separate agreement. And then there's some for the sports pavilions. And then there's another set. We have Vargas, which isn't under any agreement, right? And so the idea is also to bring them into one uniform agreement with some clear parameters, as well as, items that sort of define the relationship a little bit more, that help us to know who's paying for the water, who's paying for the mowing, how do we account for that? How do we make sure that we're meeting the guidelines that are outlined in the Civic Center Act? So that is, once those issues are resolved, I would expect them to start contributing more. And we are bringing that back to closed session in October, I think is what we're looking at.
Thank you.
So Dr. Rudolph, when I run this through in my head, kind of the process moving forward, my assumption is the architect will do a really in-depth community input phase, different than what happened last year. And it's not just 2 meetings, it's multiple meetings, and it's with different stakeholder groups and also getting people in the same room. And then we'll come up with a couple, maybe 2 or 3 or 4, however many. They'll offer some options for possible solutions that have come out of all of that work by the community together. And my guess is those options will have different price points. And that will be a time when talking with the city about what they might contribute to will make sense, because there will be different options on the table that have different price tags. I think it's important that that process aligns with the city budgeting process and the city budgeting timeline, because otherwise we end up trying to talk about something when the city has already set a budget for the next fiscal year, and can't address new items. So how are we going to align with that timeline? Do we already know their budgeting cycle and budgeting timeline so that we can match up with it with our architect? And is the architect aware of that?
Yeah, I think our first step in this was, so there's 2 parallel steps, right? The first step is, and I keep saying first, but it's not really. So step 1 or step A is a joint use agreement. And so getting that issue resolved is a big piece, because the city, technically the joint use agreement has ended for Montaloma. If you read the agreement, it says, once it ends, every year this will automatically renew, right? And so, but it's been automatically renewing every year since the agreement ended, which I think was like the 1980s or 90s or something like that. I mean, it's been a while. And, Mountain View Wistman actually didn't exist when the agreement came into play and when it ended, right? So there's issue one. Issue two is we don't really know what the cost is, right? And so as we negotiate the joint use agreement, it will outline specifically what the requirements are. So for instance, I'll use this as a good example. So the joint use agreement for the sports pavilions outlines, when the sports pavilions are used. It outlines when construction needs to take, so if we're about to add HVAC, right? So we're adding HVAC to the system, one, because the buildings are hot when we do promotions, but also there are other times when, we're going to have kids inside and it's just, you want airflow. We don't want to run HVAC nonstop in there because it actually would cost more to cool that place than it would to cost to cool all of the rest of the middle school. But the point is you want to have that ability, and you also want to have the MERV 13 filters, and you want to have a higher capacity system. Like you want to bring the upgrades. According to our current joint use agreement, if the city decided to do it, or if we decide to do it, we just bill each other 50% of what the improvements are. It's clearly outlined there. At the end of the year, we get a statement from the city that says, here's how much money we've made. Here's how much, here are the expenses that we put in. And, expenses minus revenue equals the final balance. That final balance is 50%, half of it goes to us, half of it goes to them. So you want that joint use agreement to clearly outline who's paying for what and how it looks. And then from that point, whether we're within their budget process or not, it really won't make a difference because, they will understand these are the things that they're going to have to contribute to. But what I also will say is just from talks with the city manager and Parks and Rec, that they also are aware that this issue is pressing. And I believe that they are prioritizing the need not only to acquire more green space, but also the need to address any improvements that take place. The real key is going to be as we design this, and I think there's a lot of iterative processes in between we get to the final cost. But as we design it, I think the city's interest is to make sure that we don't remove the soccer field and then say we need you to pay 50% for a field that no longer exists because it's outdoor learning space, right? And so we want to just get clear that both entities can utilize the space, or there's a transfer, or something, not a transfer, but if the baseball diamond isn't there, or then maybe they're using Vargas now because that's been brought under the joint use agreement, or we have this AstroTurf field that is now the solar pit over at Vargas, and it's a beautiful field, but it's also not used. It's used by the community because the community just goes onto the field, but it's not rented out by the community, right? And so maybe you take the soccer field and that transfers over there. So it's like all these different iterations that take place. And I think that's also all of that sort of wrapped up in together. So ideally, as we get the joint use agreement going and as we start working through the actual plan, it will become clear sort of what the city's take is. And then, I think the final part of this is once we get, so let's argue that this takes a whole year to do, and then we have like a bunch of different options. We then all have to pay for it. And so we would have to come back to the board, even though we've identified as a priority one, we would have to come back to the board to authorize the actual construction and put out a timeline. And so you start this whole process over. And even there, we're able to capture the city's process and payment. So there's enough lead time. It's probably a 2 to 3 year process to actually get this done from start to finish when you're starting with the architect, all the community meetings, the identification of the actual, what it's going to look like, and then sort of the design engineering out different parts that cost too much and bringing the cost back down, awarding the contract, starting the construction, and then the phasing and everything. We're a couple years away from any tangible sort of action taking place.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the most challenging things as a community member sometimes is expectations around the time that projects take and the timing of a process. And so the more we can articulate that for the community so that neighbors and students and everyone involved has realistic expectations of the timing and how long it will take, I think is really helpful. People are worried that there's going to be a huge change tomorrow and there'll be no going back and it will all be, without community input. But instead, the design process, if we don't, my understanding is the city council starts talking in December about what their budgeting for the next year is going to be. I don't know if we're going to be all the way through the design process by December, which means we might kick over some of it into going into the annual budget the year after that with the city. But knowing that we're going to talk about the joint use agreement before then helps some with that budgeting. Trustee Chang, I saw your hand pop up.
Hey, just a quick question about solar and then and the lighting for Monte Loma. Because I know they're on a later schedule. When does the district anticipate those projects will start? Like how far into the Monte Loma process, if approved, would that need to take place for those to begin doing?
So those are on hold until we come up with a final design. So part of, again, this is part of the challenge. The location of, so let me share the screen real quick again. Make sure I got the deck up here. Sorry. Oh, here we go. Give me 1 second. So I'm just going to present this right here. So the current location of the solar field is actually, can y'all see my cursor moving? Is actually right in this area. So the idea at most of our sites was to put a solar station that gave you a vantage point of both fields. So, and thinking about the community, we wanted to make sure that, as families were sitting there over the weekends watching their kids play or a sporting event, that there was some type of shade. Because right now, the only shade exists over here. And, this tree line is actually really close to the sideline, right? So we just want to be a little bit more cognizant. What's come out of this conversation, though, is that there have been concerns about the size of the kinder playground and expanding that and making it a little larger. There's been concerns about the special ed classrooms that are over here, right? And so while we could place the solar structure here, which is which is identified in the earlier project, what we've identified as the full space is this, right? So this is the whole area for redesign. So if we start doing construction on solar, and if we start doing construction any other place, we could possibly run into some issues. What we could do for solar at Monte Loma is go back to, and this will probably cost us a little bit, is go back to NG and ask them about the feasibility of doing roof-mounted solar structures as opposed to ones. But there's some other issues that will come in terms of seismic fitting. And I think this part of the reason why we didn't do it is we would have to reinforce the actual roofs in order to do it. And so that's a longer process. But that's why this project is on hold, because it is smack dab in at least part of the middle of where this project would be. And if we put a permanent fixture down there, we're really going to, sort of impede the progress. Now, we could easily, carve this section out and say, this is the area that isn't going to be touched, but then it could possibly inhibit our ability to move fields at any given point, which is one of the things we wanted to give the architects enough, and the architects, the community, the city, as well as the school, enough wiggle room to play with and sort of imagine the possibilities. And I know Ms. Lee was really excited about the possibility of, getting into some outdoor learning spaces and thinking about the school in sort of a different way and having some community focal points that are really unique when you get a chance to sort of design a school from the ground up. And that's also part of the reason why we paused this particular part of the project.
All right, if there are no further questions, we will now move to public comment for this item. If you are a member of the public and you would like to address the board on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function. So if you go down to the bottom of your Zoom screen and you click on participants, it will pop out a sidebar. And at the bottom of the sidebar are 3 dots. And if you click on those 3 dots, it will give you the option to raise your hand. You can also press *9 if you're on a phone. All right, I see that we have 1 speaker, so we will allocate 3 minutes for our speaker. Dr. Rudolph, if we can get a timer up. Paulette, you may unmute yourself and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is not about the project. This is to address Graham and how we've had very large class numbers. It's a little bit of a different.
Paulette, my guess is you would like to talk to us about the future growth item, which is later on in our agenda. We are only allowed to take comments at this time that are on this agenda item. I'm gonna let you unmute again. And if you're here to talk about Graham and class sizes, let me know and you can address us when we get to the future growth item.
Yeah, that's my topic.
So come back to us when we get to that item, okay? It's gonna be a little while. I'm sorry that you'll have to wait, but we have to wait until that item to take that comment. You can also write to us as well, but if you want to speak to us tonight, we have to do it when we get to that agenda item.
Class size technically doesn't fall under future growth either.
Oh, so it would have been community comments at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Non-agendized items. All right. So Paulette, if you could please write to the board. I really appreciate that you came to speak to us tonight. At the beginning, earlier on in the meeting, if you look back so you know for future meetings, item 7 was community comments for things that were not on the agenda. So we do have a special time for people to talk to us about things that aren't agenda items. So if you want to rejoin us in the future, that is the perfect time to talk about something that's not on the agenda. But otherwise, you can email our entire team at trustees@mvwsd.org.
Oh, and just one correction, sorry, Dr. Westover just sent me a message. We can move forward. There actually are 2 solar arrays on the rooftop. So we're going to move forward next summer with the rooftop summer arrays or solar arrays. And then for the one that is on the blacktop, we'll keep that as a delayed project, or we'll investigate the possibility of moving that to a rooftop too.
Thank you. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. When we first looked at this, I didn't support this moving forward the contract then, and I don't support it now for the reason that for the school district, I feel like this is a solution chasing a problem, versus for the city, I believe it's a real problem. I think for the city, it's a real problem that they have underallocated park space for the Monte Loma neighborhood. And that's something that that's their problem. They need to address this. Monte Loma deserves a park, but it's not a school problem yet. We're using school funds to pay for this. So I didn't support that then. And I really encourage us as a board to, that we are committing money towards something that we don't know how much the city will pay for. And as a result of this, there has been an impact. The impact has been, it takes bandwidth away from the district on other construction projects across the district. It's delayed construction projects at Monte Loma. At Monte Loma, they don't have their lighting project, despite Monte Loma being one of the darkest campuses at night. Their lighting's delayed, their solar's delayed. So, the alternative, and as a board, I feel like one of our jobs is to figure out what's priorities, and that the district staff is doing heroic effort to meet everyone's needs. But I feel like we have a position here just to stop this. And to stop this, we're getting to a point where the cost of hiring a security guard, which would provide, keeping with what's going on right now, no change to facilities, and just higher staffing could provide the same level of, or if not more, security. We're about to embark, if we vote on this, committing ourselves possibly at the very least $500,000 in architecture fee for our architect, countless millions. Even if the city pays for half, that still puts us on the bill for $2.5 million to $3 million. So why $3 million for this? What do the kids get out of this? What extra benefit? Do they get a better field out of this? Do they get more space? I think that it's so, this is something that if the city was coming to us saying that they're going to pay for this whole process, I would happily support this, because I think that we should work with the city in solving this. But right now, the city is not saying anything. The city has not agendized this. Right now they're not concerned as so much because we are the ones who are paying. So I am really concerned that we are, if we vote for this. Now, if we do vote for this, I recognize that I imagine the board will vote for this. And if they do, I won't forego paying future contracts on the architects if we prove it. So, if we have bills related to this, I'll support those. But I'm hoping it's still not too late to convince you that we should not do this. That it's not on Measure T. It wasn't said to the voters that this would be doing. It's unfair to the other school sites, and it hurts projects that Monte Loma could be doing right now. And there's a non-facility solution to this that we haven't explored. And I have some other things I would like to, but I'm curious if any board members are showing any reservations or.
I would just like to point out, Trustee Chang, that the board voted 4-1 on June 17th for a projected budget between $382,200 to $702,000. So the board has already voted on the allocation of funds for an architect. And I know at that time, I think there was something similar, you had similar concerns. Usually once the board has unanimous or a majority has voted on an item, the rest of the board then supports that item. So I understand you're in a really distressing position at the moment around this. I'm curious to hear from other trustees as well, but we did tonight's vote is about this specific architect and their specific bid, but we had already voted to allocate the money previously.
I do believe it's in the board discretion. I mean, I do believe that once we approve a architect and they're doing services for the district, and then when they have when their invoice comes to the board to need to be paid, I don't believe I don't believe any trustee at that point should vote against something when services have already been rendered. But this is still at a point where we are prospectively approving the hiring and moving further down this path. And I want to respect the board's time, but then I'm just curious if there's any colleagues willing to having discussion about, do we take this off the plate of the district, free their bandwidth? And, I think part of the reason we don't hear from the Monte Loma community on this right now is that they too, from the emails we're getting, they're exhausted with this process. I don't believe that the silence is a sign of support. I believe the silence is a sign of concern and resignation. And I just, am I misreading the pulse of this? And I welcome, I want to be educated by our colleagues if I'm wrong, because I don't want to be the only one and make a mistake on this.
Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler? Oh, you're muted, Trustee Wheeler.
I already said I plan to vote for this. I'm very excited about it. I think it's the natural consequence of or the result of what we were hearing from the community a couple months ago. And I'm glad that our board is being receptive to that. I think that's a very positive thing for our board. My take, and I respect that you have a different take on this, but my take is that a lot of the Mauna Loma community is publicly silent about this right now because they are supportive of us continuing with this process. So, and I think this is a positive step. You can see that, we're moving forward in a, forward-looking way. It's a logical continuation of what we were asked for and the discussions that we had. So I don't interpret the lack of community comment to be negative. I interpret it to be positive. And I do talk to members of the Mauna Loma community, and my interpretation of what they say to me is that they're positive about it. So that's a long way of saying, justifying my vote, but I'm going to vote yes.
And before we move on, I saw that a member of the public popped their hand up. We did already take public comment on this item earlier. We're at the trustee discussion point, so we won't be taking further public comment on this specific item right now. Trustee Berman.
So I think some really valid points were raised tonight. And Dr. Rudolph, I think the way you talk through sort of what this process will look like and how it's going to be an extensive process, I think really helped me visualize it concretely. I think that Trustee Wheeler is absolutely correct. I think that we have a community that is receiving updates regularly. They're getting the postcards in the mail. I think that's helping tremendously. And I also hear that they are in favor of the direction that we're moving in. So I agree that they're not being sort of that same public comment from the Mauna Loma community speaks to things moving in the right direction. I also have some reservations about what that commitment is, what the commitment is going to be from the city. And that's where I think this conversation has helped, because, I do sort of see this as, I see this process as being necessary given sort of where we've been in this conversation over the last year plus. I think that this is an opportunity for this to be truly a collaborative process with the community. I think this is a big investment in a school and in a neighborhood that's going to benefit everyone for years to come. And I think having in this process of if ultimately it comes to there are different ideas or different designs, we can then sort of think about what's going to fit the budget when we get there. So I plan to vote yes, and I'm hearing that we will likely be able to count on the support of the city. I'm glad that they've participated up until now, and I think one thing that's missing is that that the way they're going to support us financially, the way they're going to contribute financially, because this should be a joint effort. Even though it is district land, this is for our students. This is clearly a space that our community cherishes and wants to continue using, and we just need to rethink the way the space is laid out. And I think ultimately we'll get there. I'm getting signals that we will see that contribution from the city. So that's where I am.
Vice President Blakely.
I just want to say I too plan to vote in favor of it, and I concur with much of what Trustee Berman and Trustee Wheeler just said. And I also wanted to say I'm really excited about the opportunity to work much more collaboratively with the community. And I'm excited to see what comes out of this. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm glad that this firm, that the Carducci, that Greystone West was so enthusiastic about them. And I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that we stay on that positive path, and really curious to see what comes out of it.
Thank you, Vice President Blakely. So for myself, when we looked back, when we talked about moving the field reconfiguration to a priority 1 project on June 3rd and again on June 17th, we discussed this really extensively. And the purpose of our master facilities plan was to lay out priority 1, 2, and 3 projects. That the 1 projects are the ones we're trying to hit with the Measure T bond. If there was extra, then we'd go to priority 2 and beyond that priority 3. And so part of what got moved up from priority 2 to priority 1 that folds into this is the playground modernization at the site, which was already a priority 2 project. And we had also talked about outdoor learning spaces, and that also gets folded into this. It was on the master facilities plan as well. So I don't think, when we look at the total cost, some of the cost will be field reconfiguration that we had not originally planned for, yes, but it's not going to be the majority of the cost. I think the majority of the cost is going to go into things, replacing that blacktop, which we needed to do, reconfiguring the playgrounds, putting in the solar arrays when they're ready so they could provide a new area of shade, finishing up the lighting, which we had already budgeted for, doing outdoor learning spaces. Like, all of these things are going to chip away at that total cost and be things, it was money we were going to use anyways, and we included in the facilities plan, and therefore communicated with Measure T around. So that's why I'm comfortable paying for the architect to begin this process, because even to do those one-off projects, we would need a plan. Even if we said we're not going to reconfigure the field for 10 years, we would still need to know where we're going to put those solar arrays. We'll still need to know if we can redo the playground. Those things have to happen regardless. And it would be foolish to spend money on them and then reconfigure the field. That would cost us a lot more money in the long run. So I think we're going to accomplish projects we need to do anyways. We're going to hopefully build a much stronger relationship with the community at the school site and really bring in multiple voices to the table, which I get the sense that the board, everyone on the board really wants to make sure the community is heard. And we're going to, I lost my third point, but we're on our way, and I think it's a good thing. Trustee Chang, last comment, and then we should move on.
I thank you. I thank you for the colleagues who, thank you guys for sharing and I respect those views, and I'll support the majority. I'll support the decision of the board. I look forward that after we vote on this, that for the presentation, it looks like, if we're following the sports pavilion model, it looks like then we'd be responsible for at least half the cost, right? So I think that whatever, and I appreciate what President Connolly said, that half that cost may be things that we would have to have done anyway. But the parts that we do spend on the fields that are unique to Monteloma, I hope that we will look at that amount and see if we can spend that same amount on the other school sites, on also looking at what can we do for them on also their playing fields, on our shared district goals of equity and our board goals of equitable funding for schools. I think that once we've approved this and once we figure out what's the half we pay, let's see what we can do so that we can provide these investments to the other schools. And thank you for the time on this.
All right, thank you. And the last thing I want to toss in there at the very end is, I think the more community partners we can engage in this process, the better. And that also might, to a certain extent, defray some costs. So I'd really encourage, once we bring, if we bring the architect on board, for example, that we invite Canopy, which is an organization that wants to increase trees within our community, if we bring them into the conversation, because they will often grant or raise money for actually planting trees. I think there are a lot of opportunities out there that can also help. Is there a motion from trustees? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I move that the Board of Trustees approve Carducci Associates as the architectural design firm and award an agreement in the amount of $481,000 to Carducci Associates for the Montaloma Field and Site Improvements Project.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Vice President Blakely, 4 board members, Wheeler, Berman, Blakely, and Conley, voted to approve the Carducci Associates as the architectural design firm and award an agreement in the amount of $481,000 to Carducci Associates for the Montaloma Fields and Site Improvements Project, and Trustee Chang voted in opposition. All right, trustees, before we move on to item 8D, this seems like a good moment for a bio break. Can we meet back here at 8 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, and thank you to everyone who is attending tonight. We'll be back soon. All right, thank you for coming back so promptly, everyone. We will now move on to item 8D, Board Resolution number 05090921, local assignment option for speech and language. And we have our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vickery, to speak with us.
All right, thank you. So tonight I present to you a local assignment option and ask the board to please approve this resolution, which authorizes the staff members in the resolution to provide speech and language services to the students in our district. The staff members in this resolution are licensed in compliance with California Education Code.
Thank you, Ms. Vickery. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function or press *9 on your phone. All right, seeing as there are none, are there comments or a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt Board Resolution 05-090921 as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Vice President Blakely, the board votes unanimously to adopt Board Resolution 05-090921 as presented. We will now move on to item 8E, Board Resolution number 06-090921, local assignment option, single subject Spanish. Back to you, Ms. Vickery.
Thank you. So very similarly, I come back to you tonight to ask you to approve this local assignment option, which provides that our single subject Spanish teacher be approved with a local assignment option. She has accepted a position. She has completed coursework, also in compliance with California Education Code to make her eligible for this assignment.
Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone. We do not appear to have public comment. I will just say it's so hard to find language teachers. I'm really excited about this. And if she's continuing coursework, I hope we can help foster that process and keep her. Are there further comments or a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt Board Resolution, make sure I'm on the right one, 06-090921 as presented.
All those, oh, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by, I think, Trustee Chang, the board unanimously votes to approve resolution number 06-090921 as presented.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vickery. We will now move on to item 8E, the district air quality plan with Dr. Rudolph.
All right, so some of this is a recap from last time. We sent you the updated air quality sheet. I just want to quickly go through this and make sure that we're on the right page. So we wanted to create clear guidelines to deal with increased risks associated with fire season. We also want to utilize professionally monitored systems as well as anticipate and plan for scenarios that are specific to Mountain View Wisman. And when we think about air quality systems, we use airnow.gov to determine the appropriate course of action. Airnow.gov is professionally monitored and calibrated system. Our secondary system is the Bay Area Quality Management District, which was established in 1955 and also has predictive capability. BREEZO and Proper Air require additional modifications to create an accurate reading. that is reflective to the US EPA standards. Now, Air Now does have only a couple of sensors in a particular area, but again, these are professionally monitored and are able to look at the trends. However, if we were to look at the Bay Area Quality Management District, you will see that they have more sensors, with the closest one actually being at the Palo Alto Airport for us. When we think about ventilation, first one, and I just want to rehash this real quick. All of our campuses have MERV 13 filters. They'll talk about a little bit later on today. We have overhauled our HVAC system. We are, by tomorrow, we will have all HEPA filters out into every single space. So we will have those. Thank you to our maintenance team that has been putting them together and stamping them and then delivering them out to sites. And then we also maximize external air intake. But obviously COVID-19 presents a larger concern, just dealing with poor air quality as well as indoor activities. I also do want to point out that in addition to delivering the HEPA filters, our team also delivered 16 new tables over to Vargas, and the construction team was also to reduce the area that we have for the fence under the shade structure, the solar shade structure, with more of it to come down a little bit later. And the next site that is slated to get more tables will be the Castro Mistral campus. So we are part, and then I believe after that maybe Landos, I think is Montaloma is the next one. So we are prioritizing sites that do not have enough tables and trying to get as many out there as possible so that we can have outdoor eating. So the benefit of monitoring AQI, it allows us school activities and closures to be made based on Air Now measurements and local conditions. It also allows us to announce any closures or moves. And of course, children with respiratory or heart conditions are vulnerable to air and may require extra precautions. And it does allow us to also advise parents to consult with their family health providers in the event that we enter an at-risk area. When we think about considerations, I pointed out at the last meeting that CDC and EPA guidelines for air filtration was developed prior to COVID-19. We did plan on adding bipolar ionization. We put that on hold and went with the portable HEPA filters. There are concerns about the bipolar products, and more testing is required. I do want to point out, though, that even if we are running outside air into the system, we do not have deodorizers. So while the area is being cleaned, at the same time, you're still going to smell some smoke, right? So our systems can capture about 90% of the particle matter that is typically found during fire season, but it's not going to take out the smoke smell. There is a catch-22 with AQI closures and remaining open. One is the factor, our ability to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Obviously, the HEPA filters and upgraded HVAC system really help that. Determines whether the quality of our filtration system outperforms home systems. I think that is one of the sizable items. I will say that I spoke with Dr. Dewan about this issue also, and she was very impressed that we've overhauled our HVAC system and suggested that it may actually almost minimize the possibility of us having to close because of poor air quality, because our system, unless you have almost like a hermetically sealed system at home or a very high filtration system, you're going to get something better in the schools. And so, but we do have to take into account, it's not just students, it's also staff, and it's also how students get to school and what we would be doing. So there is a sort of a back and forth with that. Core AQI will also increase the number of indoor activities that we have to have, which put the extra demands on the system. And the current version of the chart has a closure of at 300 or 1 or above. But of course, this will be a conversation before we actually make the determination. So we're not saying at this number it's going to generate an automatic closure. Instead, we're saying this is the area where we will consult with the county superintendent, as well as discuss it with the board before we make an actual determination on what takes place. I know, it doesn't seem as big of an issue right now, but Purple Air and Breezo do have more monitors, but it takes a lot more adjustments to take place. The problem is that they're not calibrated. And so you have to do a couple of things in order to adjust them to meet the EPA standards. They do not have predictive capabilities. They simply tell you what's taking place in that particular moment. And, one of the other considerations just about monitoring, we don't want principals or site secretaries to monitor every hour on the hour. We really want to be able to look at snapshots and sort of determine what comes next. I do want to point out, though, that once we are in school, we are in school. We don't have the capability. It's not like back east where you have a fleet of buses that could come swoop all the kids and drop them back off. Most of our kids commute to work either by car or by walking or by bikes, not by, I was going to say plane, trains, and automobiles, but nobody's flying to our schools or taking the train. But once we're in school, we are in school. But if conditions worsen significantly, then we can always make on-site adjustments. So our team, one of the things that was asked was for us to get this turned back around real quick. So, I have to thank Ms. Hausman for really sitting down with me and making the adjustments that we could capture. And then we also met with the principals and got some further feedback. So this is actually different than what is in the packet. And I just want to highlight a couple of things that have been some changes. So the first one is, instead of saying lunch and sort of lunch and break, we've identified that lunch and snack is what we are talking about. So it tells you specifically whether you're having snack or you're having lunch, when you're going to eat indoors and when you're not. And then recess, or any time that there's playing, is defined. So now you have a distinction between when we're eating and when we're outside playing. And so recess and play is clearly identified as a level. And so our principals were very clear, like they wanted that to be differentiated. And then, of course, we've also added in now the possibility that we would consult. There is a form that we would have to send in the event that we do close schools. And as Dr. Dewan and I discussed, it also will help when I talk to her that we're at this particular level, that it helps to justify for the J13 form that we have to submit when we actually close, that we went through those steps. So this is sort of where we're at. There is a couple of guidance that's needed real quick, and that I just want to ask. So I just want to make sure that typically poor AQI is not an excused absence, and just want to make sure that that board direction was to explore the possibility of excusing the absences. And the reason why we asked is that, and I would say this is probably while we're doing, we can look at both while, that this is a temporary thing, or we can look at it also as a permanent thing. We do anticipate parents are going to monitor the AQI and make determinations about attendance, especially right now, because we don't have a COVID vaccine. And so that it is for students. So it is possible that we'll see absences as a result. And, we'll continue to talk about the quality of our HVAC system, as well as the HEPA filters that are in classrooms. But, I just want to make sure that the board direction was for us to explore the possibility. I also want to make sure that the actions align in the chart align with the board's direction. You will notice that there are that in some cases there aren't as hard of targets that are set. Part of that is that, in the event that air quality, and we experienced this last year, there are pockets at times in the city where air quality is a little bit different just because of where the breeze are, where a particular site is located. And it is possible that air quality is different in that particular region than in another part. So we wanted to provide a little flexibility within there, but we do want to make sure that this chart aligns with board's direction. And then are there any additional considerations for actions? What will take place, whatever changes we need to make, we can make those right after the board. If the board wants us to change this particular level or something, we can make those particular changes. And then from there, put it on our website and send the information out for parents to see. So these are the questions that we have. I'll close this out, or I can leave it up if you want, President Conley.
I think it's easier to see, trustees, if we take it down. So it's excused absences, it's the chart. And then I have the presentation open for myself, so we can go through it if we need. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the quick turnaround on this important work. Two questions. First one, on the chart on a few of them between the red and purple, I guess I'm looking at the recess in PE. The language goes from indoor only to no outdoor activity, and then that no outdoor activity language repeats for the hazardous through gray. Is there like what's the context for why the red and purple don't have the same wording for recess and PE?
It's possible that it's probably an oversight. I don't know. I think when we were looking at this, this probably came off of a different chart. And I think it's an oversight. So we can easily change it to say no outdoor activity.
Yeah.
That's an easy one. I also think, it could have also been that just to signal that indoors starts at the red level. And so everything beyond that means that it will always be indoors. But, because you have level 3 where there's still a possibility to make a discussion or to make a determination about indoor activity, because you see you can, it's possible to be outside. And so that could also be part of it, but that's an easy fix or change that we can make.
Yep. And this last question is on the board Q&A document, question was asked about at what point does our HVAC system defaults to outdoor air intake, which is perfect COVID. And I wasn't quite sure from our last presentation and from the board questions, is there an AQI level where we shifted over to recirculated, filtered regardless, both ways? But then is there a point where the district is deciding to shift over at the AQI?
I wouldn't say that there's a particular level. Obviously, the strain, and I say strain, just the system starts to run a little bit more independent once you hit level 3, because now you have the windows closed. So we're very clear, windows and doors are actually still closed. I would say probably where you would see, once you get closer to purple, you would definitely be running recirculating the air. But, that's something that we didn't really put a marker on that, because it's a situational item. And it really depends. I mean, it's dependent on a couple of factors that could be taking place. So, and Dr. Westover can help me if I'm wrong. I don't think even our consultants were very clear. Oh, there you are. I don't think that they were very clear about what specific level you should start recirculating air at.
I think, really what's key is the MERV 13 filters that are filtering out those particles.
Can I ask Dr. Rudolph, so this keeps throwing me for a loop a little bit. When we talked about it at our last board meeting, not the special meeting, but the regular one, I thought the board had discussed eating outside up to 150, but then moving inside by the unhealthy air. And this has kids still eating lunch and snack outside at 151 to 200 unhealthy. But we had discussed the orange, the 101 to 150, as being where we would still allow eating outside, but then we would stop at 151. I see some nodding heads. Vice President Blakely.
I had the same concern. But was this what the county decided on? I know you looked at a lot of different things and have had a lot of conversations with the county about this. And I remember last year, this time I was doing a lot of walking and knocking on doors when we were having all these events. And when it was above 150, it was really pretty smoky and didn't really feel great. And so, but I was looking at purple air and not air now. So, and purple air skews a little bit differently. So it just 150 to 200 seems really high to be having lunch outdoors to me. But I'm wondering what the science or the guidance you're getting from the county is.
Dr. Dewan didn't comment on that particular thing. And I think, in looking at all the different charts and talking about it with different people, and then taking into account that there was, and it could have been our misinterpretation of what you were saying. There was a clear sentiment from the board that you wanted, regardless of, the declining quality of air, that having kids unmasked indoors during this time was just something that you weren't really a fan of. And so we looked for how far we could push the unmasked time so that, we wouldn't be worried about, which is a secondary concern that was brought up, which is kids being in the classroom unmasked for 30 minutes, less than 6 feet, with recirculating air. And so it's like I want to say that was the deciding factor, but ultimately if the board wants that removed, then we could remove it. It is also possible after vaccinations take place that we can remove it then. Six, half a six in one hand, half a dozen in another. It really, if you feel like 150 is too high, then we can just remove the 150. And we, the restriction would stop, like outdoor eating stops once you get past 150.
I would be uncomfortable having children eat outside over 150, but other trustees can weigh in. Trustee Berman.
I was just trying to look it up. I feel like I do remember last time in one of the charts that we were looking at, it did say something about it was okay to be outside as long as there wasn't any strenuous activity for short amount of time, which is, and maybe it even had a lunch component. I wish I had it in front of me, the one we looked at last time. So I think maybe that's where this conversation happened, is that I think one of those charts did say they could be outside for a very short amount of time. And I think you're right, Dr. Rudolph. I think it's the balance between COVID and trying to keep kids outside as much as possible, knowing that it's a source of anxiety for parents as soon as we bring them in. So I think I just wanted to mention that I feel like I remember seeing that in one of the charts. That's maybe where it came from.
I did go back through and I rewatched that whole meeting and wrote down what everybody said as well. So and
was it there? You remember that?
So one of the charts that CDE, it was around activity outside, but it was like the athletic practice and training, which we were all like, that is so strange.
Yes.
But I wonder if also that's older kids too for athletic practice and training generally. Trustee Chang.
A question, if from the red on, if they're eating indoors, is it possible for staff to stretch out a staggered lunch if they're eating within their home? Like I'm thinking lower elementary school, if they're in their homeroom, could that be stretched out so that only like a quarter of it, only maybe a fifth of the kids are eating at any one time, so that the unmasked ratio is keeping like this really stringent distancing? Like if they're eating indoors, I'm trying to figure out the logistics of maybe even regarding middle school too. Could we tier the lunches once we get into indoor eating?
So lunch is probably stretched as far as it can go. And each site has made adjustments as a result of COVID. to stretch it out as far as they could possibly get without it really impacting the day. I think, the challenge here is that once you start getting into the particulars of half eat indoors, half eat outside, you still run into the same issue of, you only have so many spaces that you could be. And again, I think this part was really about that. This is that concern about COVID. And so that's just where we landed. But again, I mean, we can remove it. And then, I think every principal is on the call today. And, I think they've been doing a yeoman's job of trying to, turn these lemons into lemonade, and figure out a way to make lunch work. But I don't think we can extend the period. There's just way too many constraints that are there.
And I recognize last time we were talking about staggering to outdoor eating, but then if we're eating indoors, I wonder if a teacher then has more flexibility to, like, say at this, let's say if kids are sitting at table 4 or in a cluster, only one child in that cluster eats this 15 minutes, and the next 15 minutes the next child at that table. And I'm trying to think if there's ways where within the indoor eating environment, as we are expanding that, like they stagger that inside the classroom, which for some teachers, and maybe I recognize that might bleed over to instructional time or recess time.
Right. So I think the challenge here is that teachers have duty-free lunch. So they take their lunch at the exact same time that the kids come. And so that's just one of the constraints. So we, just like we did last year, you have a noon supervisor who's sitting outside of of 2 classrooms and trying to monitor the kids. And so I don't think that they will be in a position where they can, mask on, mask off kind of deal.
So when we say indoor eating, does that mean like MUR closed doors indoor eating, or is it they stay in their homeroom and then the lunch supervisor supervises multiple rooms?
It's a combination of both. And again, this is also why each school site's a little bit different. So, we can pick on Castro Mistral. Their MUR is twice the size of any other schools because there are 2 schools there. And because their MUR is twice the size, I think their capacity is somewhere around 700 kids. Mm-hmm. And so they can squeeze more people in. So it is possible that they could do, they don't have the ability to provide supervision. So Castro couldn't send half the kids into the MUR and then half, but they could probably space kids out and have as many kids in there as possible. The problem is that MUR is also used by Mistral at the exact same time. And so, you're just balancing the numbers. So bless you. So anything, there's a lot of different scenarios or possibilities that could occur, but it's really about what each site's ability to provide coverage during that time. And then each site's how in order to meet the social distancing, sort of how they can squeeze everybody in. And that's also why you'll hear us, talk about the possibility of adding garage doors, at least to Stevenson and to Vargas, because of the smaller sites, which will allow a little bit more variance that they don't have compared to the other schools that are on larger campuses and that aren't really hot boxes. But it's our goal here is to try to use as many spaces as possible for indoor eating, but knowing that there are some limitations that would take place between MURs and classrooms and, just in terms of supervision that we can provide.
Vice President Blakely.
Just real quickly on that point for the indoor or for the activities when it's 150 to 200, the level 4, to the extent possible, I think it might be appropriate to allow some discretion because you're right. We did talk about the balancing and the catch-22 between, keep it indoors because of smoke, but COVID transmission could increase. And so, I also feel like there's a real difference between 160 and 190, for example. There's no way I would want to eat lunch outside at 190. And, I think, but others might feel differently. And if we were having more COVID incidences, then maybe that would lean towards putting it outside. But if everything was staying pretty low, and it's higher, keep it inside. I would feel very comfortable allowing some discretion in that band to the district and or the site administrators.
Trustee Berman.
Thank you for that, Vice President Blakely. I agree with you. I was thinking that I was just listening to this presentation by Dr. Fauci around eating indoors and reiterating that is when we see the virus spread. So, avoiding that as much as possible. So this is a risk trade-off, and I understand that all of our children are in the sensitive category, and there is also a spectrum of that sensitivity. So I am sensitive to that. That being said, I think I have a feeling that a lot of our parents would want their child to eat outdoors. I could be wrong, but for those 30 minutes to eat outside, there is a difference between the 160 and the 190. But as a parent, I would opt for my child to sit outside for 30 minutes on that day and then come in when they're done eating. So if there could be some discretion, as Trustee Blakely just mentioned, because there is that difference between 160 and 190. But I'd really, as much as we can, want to keep eating outdoors, at least until we have our kids vaccinated or through this part of the pandemic.
I think where I struggle with this is that when we weigh risks, the risks of children with asthma, we know that asthma has a higher incidence than our low-income community too. The exposure to, now we know, metals in wildfire smoke. And then also we know that smoke exposure actually increases COVID incidence, that it makes our children more vulnerable to COVID. So I get the weighing things. It sounds like I'm going to fall differently from the board on this. I don't think children should be outside over 150, but I'm going to move towards allowing excused absences for air quality and putting that in our system, because that does give parents who are concerned about smoke the discretion to keep their children home. I think the hard thing is knowing what's going to happen in your child's classroom. Parents need to be able to ask their teachers and their principals, what happens in your class? Anything that has discretion, parents need to know what's happening in their individual child's situation. All right, we will take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone. We have 2 hands for public comment. So each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. And I believe there's a phone number. The phone number, you may unmute yourself by pressing *6 and you have 3 minutes.
You don't recognize my phone number yet, huh? This is Steve Nelson. Hi, I really understand. I'm an egg timer, but I can't wait for what I see on the screen. You can tell me when to start.
We started as soon as you started talking, Mr. Nelson. But
okay.
We can go.
I'd have to say.
We reset.
Okay, good. In this case, good. In this case, then I think this is a great chart, really. Here, in fact, let me go to the punchline. It's the bottom line. Look at that bottom line. I think that does what we want to do. All the status, almost everything is school status, meaning classrooms and instruction, is open, 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 open. And only at the very hazardous level does it say possible school closure. That's the best result for economically disadvantaged kids, is that they stay in school and get as much instruction as possible. What I have to say at the top line, I think it needs to be clear what this is about. It's the air quality level, in parentheses, smoke. It's actually based on the PM 2.5 air quality index. And here's what the problem is, okay? You're balancing a bunch of things. People have talked about COVID, but recently we had a spare the air day, of bad air quality that wasn't smoke. It was the good old stuff that I knew down when I grew up in LA, smog. In other words, high ozone concentrations. And unfortunately, just like the problem of changing ventilation and recirculation things to account for smoke and enough air changes for treating COVID better. Every time you bring in air changes, you bring in ozone into the room. So unfortunately, those three main things, smoke, smog, and COVID, don't easily resolve for one best way to do it. So I think this is a great first start. And next year, it could be adjusted some. But I would urge the board to just say, this is much better than anything that has existed before. And the first pass, this is an alpha pass. It's a great pass as far as I can see. So just those two things to make it clear to the public that this guide right now is just based on the smoke issue, the PM 2.5, and I'd say it's ready to go. But that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Pewitt, you may unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Hello. I just wanted to raise an idea that occurred to me recently. I realized that our district is not typically confronted with the need to be constantly monitoring, for example, severe weather events like other districts in our country frequently are. And so perhaps a severe weather type monitoring system. I know air quality is not weather, it's very different. However, just incorporating some of those ideas into the way we think about air quality. But the other thing that occurred to me as I was listening tonight is that I pray that within the next 30 to 45 days, it will start raining. And when it does, I anticipate, I'm relatively new to California. I grew up in a place where it rains all the time, that people in California frequently react differently to rainy weather than people where I'm from do. And if we are depending on eating lunch in outdoor spaces that don't have roofs, then within the next 30 to 45 days, we might also be confronted with public outrage or opinions on about children eating either in classrooms because it's raining outside or outside because it's raining outside. And so it might be a topic that would be interesting to entertain and find a solution to. My kid will eat wherever you feed them, but that's not everyone. And I appreciate all of the work that everyone's doing to solve these problems for our kids in this incredibly, incredibly challenging time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. All right, trustees, we have 3 things to vote on. We have excused versus unexcused absences. We have the chart, and then any additional actions. So can we do a whip around with the absences real quick? If you are in favor of excused absences, can we just do a straw poll? All right, I see 4 thumbs. Let's see, I see 5 thumbs up for excused absences. If you are in favor of the chart as it stands now, thumbs up. Okay, we do have a majority there. We have a 3 thumbs up on that. And then any additional actions? Are there any other actions? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I stop with them. I mean, I agree we need to have a chart, but I think we really need to be clear for the district on our guidance on what's going on with them. It looks like we're going indoor eating for the red and on that one, I think that parents could be put at ease if we also said that there needs to be a 6-foot social distancing requirement when they're unmasked indoors. And I think that if we keep it at that, the sites and the leaders can figure out the details of how they make that happen. So if we said that anytime they're eating indoors, they have to keep 6 feet distancing, and they can figure out what that means staggered schedule wise. But I agree with this idea that that whether it be rain or fire, we do need an indoor option. So the indoor seems like something that we really need to hammer out. And I think a lot of parents would feel very comfortable because, I was listening to the same thing that I think Trustee Berman was talking about with Dr. Fauci was saying, and this thing about how that is our most dangerous moment is when they're eating. And I think that's why we had such a concern last time. And I think that if we say, okay, if you're going to have to eat indoors, red level and up, or because it's raining, then let's say you have to be 6 feet distance. I think that's a fair restraint. I also think it might be possible maybe that each school site has a possibly can explore if they can if parents request that their kids will never be on mass indoors, then maybe there's one place where kids then can gather to eat if they're in that situation. Because I'm sensitive to the fact that there's some parents that will be very stringent that they don't want their kids ever to be unmasked indoors, but that might be a very small minority. And maybe if it's a small minority, we can carve something out for them. But for the majority, I think that social distancing could be a really good thing. And also, I do think that parents would be interested in knowing about the circulation, about when we go to recirculate. I'll just make note that a lot of schools are staying on recirculate pretty early on, given the strength of filtration and given that many of us fly on recirculated air on the same level of filtration. I think that I just think that if we're clear to parents, because I do not believe that when the smoke gets really bad, that our filters can filter out they can't filter out lead, they can't filter out metals to the degree that we're concerned about. So there's it's the same reason why we close our doors. So I think that I think it'd be safe for us to move to recirculation and let people know. And our filters would keep kids safe because the metals would be more dangerous than that.
Okay, so Dr. Rudolph raised his hand.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Sorry,
Dr. Rudolph, I think he had a response.
Yeah, I think if this was last year, where we had half the students in the class in the school, it would be easier. But in order to do 6 feet in the classroom, we essentially would have to pull all this stuff out now that teachers have, and we would have to space the desk out differently and put kids along the wall. It's a completely different configuration that we're not really set up to do, and it would be extremely hard. It's possible to get some in the MUR, but I don't know how feasible that is. What I can say is we can try to draw it out and see what it looks like. But unfortunately, and this is what we've heard from the county, which is also why we pressed outdoor air as far as possible. Once you're indoors and you take your mask off, the time limit actually doesn't make a difference anymore. You're indoors with your mask off. So social distancing, all of that goes out the door, which is why they've been emphasizing keeping your mask on. And it's also why we tried to push the limit for outdoor eating. But if you want, when we get some time, we can do an academic exercise to see what it would look like using our current configurations and to see how feasible it is. We can use a couple sites to try and pull that off. I think had we had more time for this, because obviously this was a pressing item, had we had more time, we probably could have brought back some examples. We just talked about it last week and we turned this back around as quickly as we could. We just didn't have the time to do those types of exercises.
And Dr. Ross, sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Thank you
It's
for
all
that.
good.
Several schools that are doing this, they're not changing the furniture. They're just staggering who takes a mask off. So it's like the kids their seats don't change. That they're just like the schools that are doing staggered indoor eating. They're just like every child knows which rotation is their time to unmask. And then and it's the 6 feet distancing we had for last year. The biggest concern is the droplets. So when you're eating, you're especially kids are going to talk when they eat and things like that. The most laden COVID drop is the droplets, which are the things that fall and which are the things that distancing helps with. And I think that any level, even if it's like 4 feet, anytime we can get kids a little more distant by some type of stagger, I think it would reduce their exposure to heavy laden droplets.
I will point out that we do have desk shields in all of our classrooms. So if students are eating in the classrooms, that will definitely help with the heavy droplets.
We're not in the MUR, which I think would maybe a good idea. If we have desk shields, maybe we can get a separate MUR too for indoor eating. But then there are settings where maybe half our kids are not going to be shielded, and maybe sometimes staggered could help.
let us play with it a little bit. It's possible that you can do A and B students, right? Because you have kids who are actually 3 feet apart from each other. So all the A's eat at one time and then all the B's eat at another time. I know that 6 feet just physically is requires us to remove a lot of stuff. And we did go through that exercise, but I think there may be some creative solutions that take place. I just, the part of the reason why I bring it up is like 6 feet indoors doesn't make a difference anymore because you're unmasked. But let's see what we can come up with. And maybe that's a possibility of this is an A row, this is a B row, and so you get the 6 feet through an artificial way. And then you have the desk shields that also add, and you have the HEPA filter and the HVAC. So let us play with it. And then we can report out what that looks like. Maybe possibly put in a report or something like that. I don't know if we have to do a formal presentation. Does that work for you?
I think that could just be in an update. And we also saw a lot of parents who did work collaboratively with principals around ideas because we don't always have all the ideas ourselves. And so I think principals did some really phenomenal things already this year, but parent collaboration is really helpful. Is there a motion from trustees? I think we've used up our 45 minutes on this item.
I'll make a motion, and this was a 30-minute item.
Excuse me, we didn't talk about the attendance, the excused absences.
Everybody gave a thumbs up on it.
Okay, sorry.
For excused absences. So that's why I thought we could do a motion. So we're over time. We're 16 minutes over on this item. 50%.
16 and a half, yeah. So Dr. Rudolph, do you want the original motion?
So I just want to make sure that I understand. So the chart as it stands, we're going to make a change to, for recess play, it'll all say the same language, no outdoor activity. And then I just want to make sure I'm clear about at 150 to 200. It sounded like there's a little flexibility in there, or because you're providing the possibility of a parent keeping their child out. And so we would keep that the same, but we'll do an academic exercise to see about the social distancing in a classroom. Does that capture? I don't think there were any other changes to the actual chart outside of that. I just want to make sure that we're good in that.
Trustee, we make a motion out of that.
Well, I'm going to say I move that we approve the MVWSD Air Quality Index Plan as described.
As described. Done. We got it.
And excused absences for air quality. That falls in your motion too.
Well, that isn't part of the motion, but that was part of the discussion. So
part of the direction. Yes.
It's part of, okay.
Yep, part of the direction.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the Board of Trustees votes unanimously to approve the air quality index for the district as discussed. We will now move on to review and discussion. We are on item 9A, future student growth. And we will have a presentation from Dr. Westover and possibly our demographer, Jack Schroeder.
Good evening, trustees. Tonight, Alana Cunningham is with us in place of Jack Schroeder. But give me a moment and let me pull up the presentation.
Shelley, we need to make her a co-host.
Oh, we hear you, Dr. Rudolph.
Yep, I know. I was just making sure that I don't have co-hosts in the village.
I'm just teasing. I'm sorry.
Okay. So this evening we'll be talking a little bit about planning for future growth. Connecting it back to our board goals, we want to make sure that was too fast. We want to make sure that we have an equitable distribution of resources that support student success. And this is important as we look forward to the number of students that we'll be welcoming over the next few years. So looking at our demographics and planning. So our master facility plan, which we touched on earlier today when we were talking about Mauna Loma. So I'm going to go through this really quickly. It was a guide for us to follow for future planning for all of our schools. And it also helped inform Measure T. So as a reminder though, Measure T covered our short-term growth, but not our long-term growth. Looking at our school sites to orient the public a little bit to this diagram, the yellow areas are our current elementary schools. The areas that are yellow with a pink line around them are either sites that we have rented out that are not available for use, or up in the upper left-hand corner is a potential future site that we could have. Because when we look over the next few slides and we talk about the growth that we're seeing, we'll see that the majority of the growth is in the north of the school district. The orange squares are where our middle schools are located. So our last look at growth was from 2019, and this kind of gives an idea of the growth happening all over the district. So the red number on top is the number of proposed residential units. And you'll notice that we have some high density growth going in. And then we also have a lot of small growth all around the district. And all of this makes a difference as we try to plan for how we're going to accommodate these students. Another way we can look at it is looking at where our current boundaries are. So this is looking at our locations by elementary boundaries. And you'll notice again, the majority of the growth is happening in the north of our district. Looking at our middle school boundaries, and we see the same thing where the majority of the growth is happening in the north of our district, slated for Crittenden. And this is really looking just at where we anticipate seeing the higher density residential growth. Again, also in the north of the district, with North Bay Shore, Terabella, Moffett Field, and the East Westman Precise Plan. So despite some slowdowns due to COVID, Mountain View is still anticipating growth. In a recent action of the City of Mountain View, the City Council approved 7,000 dwelling units with a requirement of 20% below market rate units, or BMR units. And BMR housing may be the housing type that continues to reside in Mountain View due to the need for affordable rents. Later on top of this is also, beginning in the 22-23 school year, the state will start to require school districts to provide transitional kindergarten programs that will be phased in. So essentially, this is adding a whole new grade level to what the school district is already providing. This is looking at our current growth just by projects that are approved or under construction. So something to look at, if we look at the column for 2021 to orient you to what we're really looking at from this chart with all these numbers, bottom line, we're looking at how many students we anticipate getting each year. So from 2021 to 2022, we expect 625 more students with an anticipated growth of 3.6%. So as we look in the years out, we do anticipate continued growth. And this, looking at another way to look at this is divided by grade level distribution. But again, if growth stops today, we still anticipate seeing another 1,515 students. Then on to school capacity. How do we accommodate these students? There's two different ways that we can look at capacity. So we can start by looking at maximum capacity, meaning if we fill every single classroom with 28 students, and then I'll talk a little bit about realistic capacity in just a moment. So for maximum capacity, it's the number of existing classrooms, which excludes leased modular classrooms and special ed classrooms, multiplied by 28 students. And this is an average across our middle schools and elementary schools. The maximum capacity does not account for other programmatic uses such as after school, counseling services, preschool. This is if we were to use every single classroom to house students for classes. So looking at the maximum school capacity by the numbers, you'll notice on this chart, we also look at the density of the school site. So how many classrooms do we have per acre? When we come over on this side, this tells us how many more students we can fit at this particular school site. This is looking at 2019 numbers because last year's numbers and this year's numbers are still a little different because of where we're at right now. So at maximum capacity, we could potentially accommodate 2,486 more students. And this is looking at maximum capacity for our sites that are leased out, that are not currently available. So touching back on the difference between maximum capacity and realistic capacity. Maximum capacity doesn't take into account that most of the growth will be in the northern schools and not distributed equally across all of our school sites. And right now, our northern schools are already the most dense, meaning classrooms per acre. And we also have a desire to have neighborhood schools. While we have a maximum capacity of 2,500 students, this assumes that we don't have dedicated spaces for programs such as special education, response to instruction, and other auxiliary programs like Beyond the Bell, YMCA, Right at School, and The Beat. So realistic capacity, if we look at Montaloma just as an example, with 27 total classrooms, once we remove 3 classrooms for Beyond the Bell, 1 for RSP, 1 for YMCA, 2 for STEAM, RTI, or computer lab, 1 for an art room, we're left with 19 rooms. So our capacity is actually reduced to a much smaller number. So looking at our realistic capacity across our school sites. So between our elementary schools and our middle schools, we only have a realistic capacity of 1,318 students. And then I'll let Alana take over from here.
It's a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Yeah, okay, great. So we provided 2 scenarios for your review. The first scenario includes the 20,000 units at build out per city zoning. And what we did for each scenario is we provided the construction costs to provide housing for those students in comparison to potential revenues to provide housing for those students. So based on the 20,000 units at build out per city zoning, it is projected that 2,118 students, K-5 students, will need to be housed, and 1,312 students at the 6-8 level, for a total of 3,430 students projected from the 20,000 units. And then the cost per student numbers were updated recently by Greystone West. So the cost to house those 3,430 students is $443,093,160.
So maybe just to jump in really quickly, previously we were talking about growth that had already been approved and was in progress. And this is talking about what could be coming.
The build out of the entire city, correct. Thank you for that clarification, Rebecca.
Sure.
Okay, so next slide. So this slide, we actually talk about potential revenue to provide funding to construct facilities for the students coming from the 20,000 units. For developer fees, we estimate $60 million. And then in addition to that, through the school facility program, through the state, there's the potential to receive $44 million toward the construction of those classrooms. The land costs were not included in the calculations, but through the state school facility program, the district may be eligible for 50% of the purchase price of the property or the appraised value, the lesser of the two. So based on the 20,000 units, excluding land, we show the cost to provide housing for the number of students projected from the development. The cost is $443 million with revenue of $104 million. with a shortfall of 338 million. So, and then voluntary, in terms of the voluntary contributions, that's always an option for developers to voluntarily contribute in addition to the level 1 developer fees, which the district has had some success with developers in terms of voluntary contributions, and that's always an option. Okay, so in addition to the 20,000 units, we were also asked to provide a projection for the 2 major projects within the district's boundaries, the 2 areas, the North Bay Shore Precise Plan and the East Wisman Precise Plans, which total 14,214 units. Based on the number of units and the student generation rates, we would anticipate 2,057 students, and the cost to house those students is 265 million. Once again, based on the numbers provided by the updated numbers provided by Greystone West. And then the potential funding sources to provide funding to construct facilities for those students is developer fees, a little over 41 million, and through the state school building program of 26 million. And then the same for land, but the land costs were not included in the cost. So for the East Wisman Precise Plan and North Bay Shore Precise Plan, the cost to house the students coming from those developments would be 265 million, with potential revenue of 68 million for a shortfall of 197 million.
So we have some realities and limitations. For land, land is approximately 15 million per acre, and 12 acres of land is considered standard by the California Department of Education for elementary schools of our size. 20 acres is recommended for a middle school campus of our size by the California Department of Education. Currently, Crittenden sits on 18.26 acres and Graham sits on 16.87 acres. So some additional, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Can I make a quick comment here?
Of course.
Okay, I just wanted to highlight that that's what CDE recommends, but it's not a requirement in urban areas such as your district. CDE will approve fewer acres with certain requirements. So it is, and there is a possibility of getting a school site approved with fewer acres than what CDE recommends.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Some other considerations for us is the community expects and needs space dedicated to specific student programs. And currently, the city process doesn't allow it to take into consideration the needs of schools or for them to mandate that developers assist the school district. So Alana just went through all of the potential growth that could happen, and those numbers don't even include our ability to purchase land. We also have the community has a request for smaller schools and boundaries with a focus point on neighborhood schools. Having smaller schools come at a higher operational cost. Many districts redraw boundary lines in response to growth, so boundary realignment may be required based on the growth in the city. So for next steps, from board direction received on August 12th, we'll continue to explore the feasibility of a CFD and report back, but eventually we'll need to talk through how we plan to manage the growth with boundary changes and or new schools will need to be decided, and we'll also need to identify land for future sites.
Thank you both. Trustees, before we dive in on questions, should we make a motion about extending our meeting because we have 2 other items after this? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I move that we extend our meeting to a maximum of 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Chang, the Board of Trustees unanimously votes to extend the meeting until 11 p.m. Dr. Westover, before we start with questions, I would like to request that for the slides, it's around 23, 24, 26, 27, where it doesn't clearly say land not included, that gets added and then it's re-uploaded to our website. This is a communication tool that we know developers, we know city council members, other people in our community come and look at the presentation and may not understand those slides. So I want to make sure it's very clear.
No problem.
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Oop, Google is trying to help me. Are there questions from trustees?
I can't search the web on Apple.
Sorry, it's my watch. Trustee Berman.
So thank you. I see these large numbers when it says, cost per student, 2021 cost per student. And I see a 6-digit number. So $115,180 per student when I'm looking at K-5. I guess I'm having a little trouble understanding when we kind of look over in the construction cost column. I mean, those numbers, that price tag is really huge. So I'm wondering, you were saying it's the cost to house those students. Does that mean, can you just help me understand that? Because I want to make sure I don't have any misunderstandings around what this number represents. Is this to build a school for 2,118 students? That would be the cost, or is this to create for the developer to build the housing, and this is how much it would cost to house those students? So can you just explain that to me a little bit so that I'm crystal clear about what these numbers represent and what this expense is specifically for?
Sure. And Jason is also on the line, so I will give a general answer, and then if you have something more specific, I'm sure Alana or Jason can jump in. So this is for us to actually build classroom space to hold these children. So from start to finish, if we need to build the space to accommodate them. Yes, short answer.
Yeah. Okay. So if we have, so let's say on slide, let me just pull one of these up. On slide 25 for the need North Bay Shore East Wisman. So we're looking at a K-5, we have 1,200 students, a little over, and it would be $147,000, right? No, 147, million. So that would be but we don't quite have and with that amount of kids, we have to build 3 schools, 4 schools, 2 large schools. We don't know what the number of schools it would take for us to do that, correct?
I think that's something that the board, that needs to discuss about how we want to manage this. Okay. But this is looking at just the cost of building the classroom for the students.
Thank you.
So when remember, when we think about the cost, it's not just the classroom, right? It's all the ancillary facilities that actually go with the classroom, right? So it's the cost for a gym, it's the costs that are associated with toilets, it's the cost that's associated with playground. So essentially, you take the cost of the actual school and you divide it by all the ancillary costs that come with supporting the kid at the school. And then that's where you get this particular number.
Got it. Thank you very much. That was really helpful.
And just to add, there's no other construction type more restricted and regulated in California than schools other than hospitals, especially around earthquake safety. So
right.
We are expensive to build. Trustee Chang, I saw your hand up.
Follow-up question to this question about the cost per student. Recognizing that the cost per student would have an impact if we pursue a CFD or a Mello-Roos, why is the cost per student, why is construction cost tied to a current student when a building has like longevity beyond like those particular residents, right? Like doesn't a building like last multiple generations? So like I'm trying to figure out like the formula of how the current new residents created responsible for the entire cost of a new building that has a benefit for multiple generations of kids.
Trustee Chang, can you help me understand? Are you trying to say something along the lines of it's $147 million this year that we have to spend, but the value is in housing children for 20 years?
Yeah,
And multiply that times 147 million?
I'm trying to figure out, like, is there a cost per student ratio that can calculate in like the long-term benefit, as in, because that has a large impact on future discussions of any type of, CFT or so. I
think I understand your question about that, but I think what's difficult, or what the school district needs to address, is when the students come, we have to have seats for the students. Mm-hmm. We can't necessarily say, well, we're going to divide it up into 20 years and say, we're going to space it out over the next 20 years, because when the student arrives, we have to have space for them to come to school.
Yeah. And maybe I just kind of answer my own question, but I guess a CFD, because that's stretched out over a period of time, would stretch it out over multiple generations of residents. Would it, like, if a bond was, like, if Mello-Roos was pursued to pay for these buildings, the paying back of this bond, like, we would get the money up front to build it because you're right, we need facilities right away, but the payback is over decades, right? So would it be that generations of families would pay off this upfront cost?
Yeah. So what the Mello-Roos would do is, you get the money, and then it's taxing for up to a specified amount of time, and then of course you can go back and you can renew it, and you're leveraging that money in order to purchase or to build buildings or purchase land. So and that tax is for Mello-Roos, it is specific to that particular area that you decide. So if you chose Terabella, East Westman, North Bayshore as the areas, as long as the students are being serviced by that school, because it can be adjacent to those communities, then what takes place next is, the house that is, so typically when you see a Mello-Roos, it depresses the value of the house. So that house may be, instead of 1.8, it's going to be 1.5 because it has a Mello-Roos tax on top of it, which sort of correlates what the value is. And until that Mello-Roos is gone, that's why developers aren't really a big fan of it, because somebody has to pay the cost, and it just depends on where that cost lies.
All right. Okay, Trustee Chang and then Trustee Berman.
A quick other question on the slide on the Wistman cap. Given the acreage seems pretty similar to our other schools in district, why is our capacity so much higher for the Wistman site?
I'm sorry, let me find the page you're referring to.
It's a larger site.
See if I can pull up the slide. It's the one where it says a capacity of 1,000 and versus, it just seemed.
That's current capacity of what is there. So it's leased out right now with the number of classrooms that they have. So you're looking at enrollment capacity, correct? The last column.
It's because the tenant built so much more. Is that why
Well, that, and it's one of all, so the, I always get these confused. I think that was a Wistman school. Yeah. Or was that a Mountain? So the Wistman schools were designed completely different than the Mountain View schools. And the Wistman schools tend to be the schools that have a higher capacity than the Mountain View schools, just because of the way that they were designed. And so the original building has a higher capacity. It's why you see, because Mauna Loma was a Wistman school too, right? So Mauna Loma has one of the highest capacities, but it's different than what Bub looks like, completely different, right? But then, and so you take the higher capacity, and then what you do is you add on the extra classrooms, the portables that were placed by the German school for them to run their facility. Now they've also changed some spaces, right? So like they've consolidated certain areas, like they built a library, and I forget what that was originally purposed as, but it's a rough estimate of what we believe the capacity is based off of what we know exists over there.
Trustee Berman.
My question was just around the city process. So there was in the slide, it said that the city process doesn't allow it to take into consideration the needs of schools or mandate the developers to help the school district. Can you just remind me, is this a process, is this the city process for Mountain View specifically, or is this the whole state? Can you just remind me of that?
Yeah, so so part of this is about the journey that we've been on with the city over the last couple of years.
Right.
So at one point, their legal counsel looked at the statutory requirements and made a determination that they were able to create a school strategy that required developers, if they met a certain the bonus floor allocation ratio, that they would be required to either donate money or land to the school. It was a different city council at that time, and it also was a different city manager and a different legal counsel. City manager retires, city council changes, and legal counsel changes. And now the interpretation of the statutory requirements is completely different. And what they interpret the statutory requirements as is that a school district or a city cannot require a contribution to pay for schools as a condition of approval. Now, the colorful explanation of this is, right, the added color is that obviously developers understand very instinctively where the city council's values are and are willing to address those particular needs in order to get their project approved. And so as the city council, so you're not conditioning approval of the project, which is true. You can't condition approval, but the city council probably at that time it's not that the city council isn't school friendly now, but was more mindful or was more direct about the input, like the impact that Google had or the impact that a certain developer had, and wanted the mitigation strategy. Whereas now there's probably a lot more back channeling with the hopes that a developer will see the value. And so over time, we went from meeting with developers, me meeting with face-to-face with each one, like Franzese and all these other ones, and talking to them. We had ongoing meetings with Google and all the other developers, and they would talk about how they wanted to help with the mitigation, to now no developer meets with us. They just simply get their project approved. And, the developers pay the statutory fee. Now, there was one developer that got approved. It's probably the last one that came in for East Westman, but they've actually abandoned their project, where they said that they got a bonus FAR, or they were allowed to do the transfer of development rights from the San Antonio area over to East Westman. And so that allowed them to increase the amount. And in order to fast track their project, they agreed to sell back the TDR. They didn't use it. They used the TDRs to get to the front of the line, which is exactly what the TDR did, and then agreed to sell back the TDR and give the profit of it to the school district. But that project has since been abandoned and picked up by a different developer. And that developer has not mentioned that they plan on contributing to the school fund, because in this time also it's a building association, I can't remember its name right now, also submitted a letter saying that the same thing, right? You cannot require a developer to pay for schools. And so the city does value schools, but I also believe that the city views the funding as the school district's issue a little bit more, and that they have strategies that are in play that can help facilitate it. But, no one's talked about transfer development rights anymore. And, no one talks about land dedications like they were probably 4 years ago. And it may have been a little bit longer, because I think we were the last time we saw something was when we were in Stevenson's MUR because we were under construction. So it's been a while, maybe 2017 or something like that. I think Rebecca was still principal over there.
I was on the board, so it was I think it was 2019. If there are no further questions, we'll move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom by pressing the raise hand function or *9 on your phone. I see that we have one public comment, so we'll get a timer up for 3 minutes. Mr. Nelson, you may press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes once you start talking.
Thank you. 18 permanent classrooms at Castro, not 13. I voted for that number. It was built, and I recently checked it. There are 18 permanent classrooms at Castro. But one of the largest challenges for California schools, public schools, is that our schools have become segregated by race and income. And a lot of that is tied to housing, where people can afford to live. So I think the biggest challenge for California schools is this inequity that we see in the circumstances of many of our families, and it impacts our children directly in schools as well as at home, unquote. Board and staff, those of us who study local history and study current school boundaries and growth know this. For about 130 years, the elementary known as Escuela on School Street has continued to be segregated by redlining. Red lines around that school, now called Castro, that make it our most segregated school by income and race. 85% poor and mostly Hispanic since the late 1800s. That is this board's responsibility. You inherited these red line boundaries, but it is your moral responsibility to correct it as you consider growth. Castro has 18 permanent classrooms, not 13. President Conley, the quote I started with is yours from the CSBA video. Please use your presidential power to call a special meeting on segregation quickly, for it is not the words or the tears of white women that will change the segregation you speak of. Only board legal action will. Thank you. Peace and love and integration. 18 permanent classrooms at Castro, not the mistaken 13 that you saw in this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I will note that the 18 classes are listed on the actual school capacity page, and then 13 is at the realistic capacity page that takes into account all the extra rooms that are used for other programs like the Beyond the Bell after school program. All right, comments from trustees. Trustee Chang and then Vice President Blakely.
Trustee Blakely, somebody wants to go. I don't mean to.
Just let's go. Let's do it.
Okay,
go.
Thank you. President Connors, thank you. I know the presentation is not seeking particular questions from us as a board, but individually, I'd be interested in the district exploring like intermediate goals of do we do boundary changes in order to address the issues of under enrollment at Montezuma and Theracott that can maybe bias time or just be planned in that process, maybe like just so because I think that as we're looking at new schools, I think we certainly want to fill our current schools first. I think that just kind of utilizes our resources the most. And so I imagine that some part of that is revisiting boundaries to address under enrollment, as we know that we will eventually have a need for extra schools as well. And I'm looking forward to us exploring more about the Mello-Roos or the CFD. I do think that we need to involve our community partners. There was a community housing advocate who's been working closely on the Google issue for a long time, shared that that they were concerned that the CFD would ultimately mean that the Google project never happens. And and I think that if any kind of implications like that, I think we definitely need to really look at we do need to pay for our schools, but how do we do this in a way where we make sure that community partners are part of a process, especially if that means, a tax on new residents of over $1,000 and things like that. Because I think those kinds of things, there's so much implication on the housing, and there's so many people involved on that I think that we should get their input. So we know like this is something like that impact decades of work at this point. And are there ways where we can reward when there are developers who do have options to work with us? So I feel like, we did, before Google stopped talking with us, Google was in talks about, transfer of land to the district or in the city. And, perhaps that's still something that can happen. But is there flexibility where places in the city where for developers are either too small or don't have the land or no interest to do that we can apply something to make sure that we can build our schools? And versus if in North Bay Shore, if we have a developer who basically a single developer who owns all the land and who has land available for schools, are we able to kind of carve out that kind of nuance so that we can treat somebody who's willing to work with us possibly differently from a vast number of smaller developers who at this moment seem to be taking advantage of the schools?
Vice President Blakely.
Yeah, a couple of things. This whole presentation really focused on the construction costs, which is something that I had been less focused on. Of course, it's expensive, and I was trying to do the back of the envelope. There's been some inflation since we built, for example, Vargas, but not that much, not as much as I would have thought. But I still think that the land is the scarcer item, and I think we should be focusing more. You can't do it in isolation, but really focusing on securing the land, because land's not going to be, as it gets developed, it's going to be less and less available. So to me, that's the scarcer commodity. And I feel like we will find a way to figure out the construction costs, but the land is something that, if we don't act in the relatively near future, we're not going to be able to find a way to secure that, to fix that problem. And to Trustee Chang's point, we're not going to develop it, acquire all the land and develop it all at once. I mean, it is going to be staged over time. And, I think Dr. Rudolph has pointed out before, we may have to look at boundaries, over the shorter term and that sort of thing. I think there's not going to be any one solution that fixes everything, but I'm hopeful that the legislature, maybe, if we start lobbying hard enough, and we and other districts in urban areas that find themselves in a similar position, some of our urban neighbors like San Francisco and San Jose have more surplus land. So they're in a little bit less of a pinch than we are. And we are in kind of a unique situation, but there must be other jurisdictions that will find themselves in this kind of position. And the Building Industry Association, the BIA, which Dr. Rudolph was referring to, has just had such a stranglehold on the laws around this that, if the legislature and, the public will is to develop the new housings to house the people that live here, which, I think is a worthy goal. They can't just look at that in isolation with housing. They're going to have to start taking their heads out of the sand and appreciating that to build housing is great and it's needed and it's fundamental, but you have to have the infrastructure, the schools and the parks that go along with it, or we'll just be, a bunch of rats in a cage. And we have to educate our children. We need to build schools. And I'm glad that we're taking the long-term view now, trying to say, well, if it really was developed fully based on what the city council's goals have been, this is what it's going to be. Because if we wait until it happens, we're not going to be able to get the land for sure. And who knows about the funding. To Trustee Chang's point about, could we stage this? I mean, or could we develop different Mello-Roos areas? I mean, that might be something to look at, because at least to date, Google has been a little more willing to play ball with us. I mean, it will depend, on how things evolve, but they have at a couple of different junctures offered certain sites for elementary schools in North Bay Shore. And so if we were able perhaps to do I don't know if we can do like districts of Mello-Roosas, and so we don't have to actually levy the funding if the development doesn't happen. I mean, now it might be something to look at. But I mean, if the development does happen, but if Google is able to provide school sites for us, it might be a lower tier or something less of a tax. But frankly, at the end of the day, if this makes the building not happen, we've been talking with the districts, with the developers about this as long as I've been paying attention. I mean, this goes back to like 2012, 2014. And as Dr. Rudolph indicated, different developers have had different interests at different time, depending on the way the political winds are blowing. But if it ultimately ends up being too costly for them to pencil out their homes, well, then that's how it is. I don't want to have, 150,000 residents living here in the same amount of schools that we have today. It's just not viable. So I'm hopeful that we can find some kind of a win-win that works for everybody. And I think we have to leave no stone unturned. But if it ends up ultimately making the housing too expensive, well, we're not trying to chill housing. We're just trying to ensure that we can build schools to serve the people that would live in that housing if the housing gets built. So I appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate the focus on the long range and just keeping us paying attention to that. And back to my original point, in particular, because the land is not going to be available, in very short order. And so we really need to focus on that.
Thank you, Vice President Blakely. I agree with many of the things you just said. When it comes down to it, the crisis that we're facing in California around poverty, public health, environmental justice, and environmental equity, it comes down to housing. It comes down to actually having homes for people to live in. Health also falls from that as well. But as we build that housing, we have to include basic infrastructure like roads, sewage lines, schools, parks. We know that all of these things are important. And when a city sets a general plan with zoning that allows 20,000 more units, it would be foolish of us to pretend like those units aren't going to happen at some point. Maybe it chills a little bit for a year and then the next year it's back on. Where you zone it, they will build. This area is going to get built out at a much higher density over time, and I don't think there's any stopping that. And again, we need the housing. So if our partners in development and our partners in the city can't help us fund the land or the construction costs, we will have to do a Mello-Roos. But if we can find partnerships or other ways to go about building schools that are going to be needed, I know our team is happy to explore that and to work on that, and has spent a lot of time in the past going down these possible pathways. But when, and this presentation doesn't even include the potential R3 rezoning, right, Dr. Rudolph? And that's another 9,000 units. So we're talking a potential 29,000 units. SB 9 is headed to the governor's desk. Whether or not he'll sign it, we'll see. R3 rezoning may happen in Mountain View. I think we're just going to keep seeing really dramatic growth. And Vice President Blakely is absolutely spot on that the land is going to go first and is going to be the hardest thing to acquire and is only going to get more expensive. So we have to lock that down. Are there any other comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I agree. My biggest worry is land, getting land as soon as we can. And I also, maybe I'm a minority on this board, but a couple of years ago, some of us took a field trip and looked at schools in this area that are smaller than the ones described in this presentation. So we were looking at, I thought, pretty nice schools at 4.5 acres. So somewhere between 4.5 and 10, I think is acceptable and may have to be, what the schools in the future are with all this development. But, and that goes along with, if we can build smaller schools, we don't need this much land. And, maybe we can get land, we've heard about, land from Google at around 4.5 acres. I don't know what's going to happen, but that's what I'm worried about is land.
Vice
I
President.
just want to point out that the construction costs, what this presentation focused on, wouldn't change depending on the size of the parcel. So at least, yeah.
Yeah, that cost is fixed. Trustee Chang.
Yeah, interesting idea for us to consider when looking at how do we build a broad Mountain View wide resident support for supporting that we need new schools, because I recognize that right now, like building new schools is really expensive, but if you're not one of those new residents, it's like they don't really have an interest in it. But if we do have to add as we do one day need to add new schools, if part of that's also exploring that, let's say if we need a third middle school, does that mean that third middle school is just a neighborhood middle school, or does that mean that we do a lot of neighboring districts have been exploring doing specialized programs? And the MVLA has a specialized high school. I think that if expanding schools also means that we try some curricular changes that could possibly really excite a wider range of residents who otherwise would have kind of cared less about growth that's not happening in their neighborhood. So there may be an interesting venture for us to explore pedagogical innovations as we expand new schools.
All right, on that note, I think we're going to move on to our next item. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham and Dr. Westover, for your presentation and your time tonight on this. Trustees, should we take a bio break before we dive in on our last two big pieces?
Yes.
Okay, let's take, we'll come back at 9:41. All right, we will now move on to item 9B, construction update and request for additional priority 1 items. Trustees, I want to point out that we have 45 minutes for this and 15 minutes for the budget, which is an hour, and that puts us awfully close to the end of the evening. So if we can express our comments clearly but concisely, that would be great.
All right, good evening. Jason Cave from Greystone West is also here with me to present on our updates from all the construction that took place this summer. All right, of course, always connecting it back to our board goals. This is to make sure we have resources that support student success. And everything that we've talked about tonight actually connects back to our master facility plan. I'm going to breeze through these and actually just skip them over because we've kind of talked through them in our last couple of presentations of what our MFP covered. So I think in relations to Measure T, though, something to touch on is Measure T is intended to cover growth, safety. I'm sorry, let me back up a moment. The Measure T bond measure can be spent on growth, safety, and operational efficiency and short-term solutions, staff housing, and the repayment of the Vargas Elementary construction. The bond language is limited to 75 words and is broadly written to incorporate any projects that may be needed. So for example, the board gave direction to include the Vargas carport due to safety issues. So this is an infographic that we had used when going out for Measure T, showing the different ways that Measure T would be spent. So looking again at safety and efficiency projects, as well as short-term growth. So to give an update on where we are for our active Measure T projects. Jason, did you want to talk through these pieces?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Westover. Good evening, trustees, Board President Connolly. Thank you for having me. It was a challenging summer, to say the least, with COVID and associated material delays. I think all of the projects were affected. Fortunately, we were able to complete most of them on schedule and all of them within or under budget. So with that, I'll go through each of the projects quickly. I'll apologize in advance. A lot of this is going to be repetitive since we had basically a similar project at all the sites. But starting with Bub, we have the perimeter controls or the fencing project. All fencing's been completed. The gates will be installed near the end of this month. The electronic locks that go along with those gates, looking at incorporating that into a larger access control project to assure that the access control software and hardware with this project coincides with whatever you may do in the future. The solar project at Bub, all of the site work is complete. We're currently waiting on PG&E to give us permission to interconnect to their grid and permission to operate, which we expect in October, November sometime. Then the HVAC project, that project is complete and all the units are up and operational. So next site being Castro, very similar. Fencing has been completed short of a couple panels and the gates are scheduled to be installed at the end of September. Solar project, the majority of the site work is complete. There's still a little bit of work to do out front. And then, that would be Mistral out front. The Castro playground is majority of it's complete. The only items left to complete there are the tie-in to the car charging station and tie-in to the main switchgear, which is currently ongoing. There was a small paving project at Castro in that staff parking lot that has been completed as well. Then Crittenden is up next. The perimeter controls construction is currently in progress. All fencing should be up by the middle of next week, and that'll be followed by the gate installation again near the end of the month. The public address system upgrade, that's been completed, staff's been trained, and it is up and operational, and it now matches the public address system installed under Measure G at the elementary school sites. And the marquee project, that is complete as well. Still working out a couple programming issues there, but the sign is up and operational. Then over at Graham, perimeter controls, fencing work will begin there next week. Should take about 2 weeks to wrap that site up. And then the solar project, majority of the site work's complete, and we're just waiting on PG&E on that one as well. And then the HVAC project is complete there also. All mechanical units are up and functional, and new controls were installed at that site as well. And then MI, again, very similar. All fencing's complete. Gates should be installed at the end of the month. Solar project is complete, short of a couple items, and then the PG&E tie-in, and then HVAC all complete there as well. And over at Landals, again, very similar. All fencing's been completed. There is a new concrete walkway that goes in between the admin building and the library, which is scheduled to take place not this weekend, but the following next weekend. It'll be done on Friday afternoon and Saturday, so as not to impact staff or students on the site. Solar project, same thing. It's 99% complete, just waiting on PG&E and the car charging station installation at that one. And the HVAC is done there as well. Then Mistral, again, fencing is complete. Gates are scheduled for the end of September. Solar project, a little bit of work to do out in that front parking lot still before we can pull the fences back. Needed about another week out there for the contractor to wrap things up. Then we'll just be waiting on PG&E at that site as well. And HVAC at Mistral is done and operational. And then the other project at Mistral is the administration building remodel. That is complete. Staff has occupied the building, still working on a few punch list items and completing a couple items that were delayed due to COVID material shortage, but nothing that's impacting the site staff. Then over at Stevenson, there were only a couple gates to install. Or a couple fences to install. Those have been installed. Gates are ready to go. We'll be going in the next week or two. And then solar project did have a delay there with the solar panels, which have now arrived and been installed. And there's sort of some electrical material that we're still waiting on. Should show up any day. Once it shows up, the contractor needs about a week or so to wrap up the overhead work. Then the fence you'll see at Stevenson will be reduced significantly, and we'll be waiting on PG&E. And then over at Therakoff, similar to Stevenson, only a few fences were added there. They are in and complete. Gates are coming in at the end of the month. Solar project, no real solar work there. There were some trees removed as part of this summer's work. But since Therakoff is a rooftop array, that's still with DSA, planned for construction in summer of 22. And then just a note for all trees removed, and this goes for all sites, the district plans to replant 2 trees for every one that was removed. And that'll take place over the summer of 22, if not a little bit earlier. And then finally at Therakoff, the paving of the parking lot and blacktop has been completed. And then last but not least, Vargas, solar project, similar to Stevenson, most of the work is complete. There's a little bit of overhead still to go, should be wrapped up in the next week or so. Then the fences will go away short of a small area around one of the columns there, and we'll be waiting on PG&E. And then the marquee installation at Vargas is complete and functioning. So a couple pictures from these projects. We've only got a couple for each project since it's very similar site to site, as I'm sure you guys already know. What we see here is the ornamental fence that's installed at the front of the campuses. As you can see, the gate's missing there, but the rest of the fence is up and completed. Next picture is going to be a similar installation. This is near the front office. Ornamental fencing, again, very similar. All the sites have the same style fencing. Next photo is a little bit hard to see in this picture, but the chain link fence, which was installed at the backside and the sides of all the campuses. Again, all complete at most sites, short of a couple gates. HVAC upgrades, not a whole lot to look at here, but on the left you see the new heat pump, and then on the rooftop you see that equipment as well. You can see the 4 in this picture here. And then the administration remodel at Mistral. So this is the new front entry. Most of you probably remember the old entry was off to the right there. That wall's been enclosed. It's now focused entry, so it's easy for people coming to the site who may not have been there before to see where the entry is, or where the office is, and make an easy entry. Next picture will be inside the building. Just to get an idea of the finishes, on the right, you have the new reception counter. That's right inside that main entry door we were just looking at. And then the left is just down the hallway to give you an idea of the new finishes installed there. And then solar project, this is what the standard standalone array looks like. This will be the same at all your sites, different shapes and sizes, but the appearance will be the same. And then here's that same array just from the backside. And then the Crittenden Monument sign, which is on the Middlefield side of the campus. And then the similar sign over at Vargas. And then as far as the upcoming projects, site lighting project actually went into DSA today. So all sites are into DSA as of today. Security camera project that's currently in design. Design build contractor has provided their first pass at a design, which is currently being reviewed by myself and the district staff. And the other upcoming project there is the Vargas Carport. That's scheduled to go into DSA September 21st, about 2 weeks behind schedule, but we feel we can make it up on the construction side. And then a couple more upcoming projects. The park restroom project, scheduled for construction to start near the end of November through February. That's pending the DSA approval process, of course. And once we have the finalized drawings, we can share those and present that in the updated timeline as well. The AMI portable, due to some delays at DSA, we were not able to get it in over summer of 21. So rather than construct a space you don't necessarily need right away during the school year, it's been pushed to summer of 22 construction. Good news is it's already DSA approved. We can bid it early in the spring and hopefully avoid any too much inflation or summer construction pricing, since we'll be out to bid early enough. And then last one there is the electrical upgrades at Therakoff and Crittenden. Currently waiting on PG&E approval on that one. Other than that, the designs are ready to go into DSA once we have the design finalized with PG&E.
So now to talk a little bit about adding potential priority 1 items. We'd like to add window replacement. So DSA rules have changed. When we built Stevenson, Castro, in the district office, we weren't able to put in operational windows, but now DSA is allowing us to put in operational windows as long as we have 1 window in the space that can be ADA accessible. We'd like to add the windows to Castro, Stevenson, and the district office to the scope of window replacement as a priority 1 project. Castro, Stevenson, and the district office would be completed in summer of 2022, and all of their sites would be done in summer of 2023. The anticipated cost for adding these 3 sites is $681,200. Again, one of the reasons we want to add operational windows is because of COVID and allowing teachers to open windows to get more airflow. We'd also like to add paving at AMI and BUB. The asphalt is in similar condition to what Therakoff was before we replaced it this summer. The cracks in the pavement are a tripping hazard, and once there are cracks in the asphalt, weeds will continue to grow and cause more tripping hazards. This has an anticipated cost of $895,000, and it's assuming that we're going to grind it and then overlay, the same thing we did at Therakoff. This is just a picture to get an idea of the asphalt both at AMI and BUB. We'd also like to do some paving at Crittenden. The asphalt near the back entrance of Crittenden has been uplifted by tree roots over time and needs to be replaced. So right now it feels like you're going over very, very large speed bumps. This area is shared with the city and can be split 50-50. The anticipated cost for this is $275,000, but $137,500 when we split the cost with the city. Again, going along with the theme of safety and efficiency, we're proposing to add garage doors to MURs adding a 10-foot garage door to the MURs at Stevenson and Vargas, which are our campuses right now that have the most difficulty with outdoor eating because of the size and the way the campus is laid out. And then studying the feasibility at other elementary MURs to allow more airflow. There is a need for a feasibility study at the other sites due to the age of the MURs. Each door would cost approximately $105,000, and the feasibility study for the remainder of the sites would be $50,000. We'd also like to propose adding electronic locks. For safety, we'd like to add electronic locks controlled with an access control system to all exterior doors across the district. These would be the same locks if the board chose to approve this project that we would use on our gates. And it would allow us to lock and unlock doors remotely and monitor who has entered and exited the buildings. Currently, when teachers lose keys, we have to rekey the classroom and the campus. Electronic locks would also allow us to issue temporary keys to substitutes and other individuals who need short-term access, whereas right now we don't hand out keys to these individuals. Anticipated cost is about $4.6 million. Looking at our savings from this summer, I think because we moved so quickly to get everything done this summer, as well as I guess thanks to Greystone West and Jason, we have savings. So our HVAC project, we have anticipated savings of $960,000 at the Castro and Therakoff paving and utilities, anticipated savings of $450,000 and $3,200,000 anticipated savings from solar for about $4.6 million of savings from this past summer. The total cost of adding windows, paving, locks, and garage doors to Measure T is about $6.5 million. The additional amount can come from the $17.6 million that is currently unallocated in Measure T. So it's recommended that you would approve these projects as a priority 1 item, and we'll bring this back to you during the next board meeting for official approval. But today was just to talk through what we were requesting as a priority 1 item.
Thank you, Dr. Westover and Mr. Cave. I'm sure there were questions, trustees. All right, I'll start with some questions. Mr. Cave, I'm wondering if you can talk me through which sites still have fencing around their solar arrays that are on areas that students access, like the blacktop or the edge of the field space for recess and lunch.
Of course. So primarily it's Stevenson and Vargas, which of course are your 2 smallest, most impacted sites by the projects. Stevenson, as I said, had some material delivery delays. It was the last in line anyway, just the way the schedule worked out, and then the material shortages pushed the schedule out a bit. So we still have fencing up below the footprint of the array. Should be able to remove that near the end of next week, at which point there would just be like a 10-foot by 10-foot fenced off area below the canopy, and then there'll also be a fenced off area by the main switchgear, which is by the MUR and the main electrical service, if you know where that is, on the side of the campus towards the tennis courts and out of the way of students. So, you know, hopefully by this time next week, most of that fencing will be gone. And similarly at Vargas, early next week, we anticipate most of that fencing will be gone as well.
Okay, and then Dr. Westover, we talked about windows at all of the new kind of modular sites that were built, but we didn't talk about windows at Vargas. Does Vargas have opening windows in their classrooms?
No. So that was an oversight on my part. We need to include Vargas.
We do. I'd love to see that number come back because I want to make sure that we're getting all of those sites open windows if possible. And then when we look at the feasibility study for the garage doors, is it possible that we do the feasibility study just at one site that has an older MUR and not at all of our sites? Would that make it less than $50,000?
So the issue we're going to run into there, new DSA code essentially if you open more than 10% of a wall space, which is what we would be doing here, you have to look at the building for a seismic retrofit. So they'd have to be looked at by a case-by-case basis since they were all built at different times. The exception being Bub Huff and Landals probably because they're essentially the same design. But that 50,000, and that's just an estimate. We haven't gone out for hard pricing yet. That does take that into account.
Okay, thank you.
But the other MURs would need to be individually done.
Okay. Other questions from trustees? Vice President Blakely and then Trustee Chang.
I was just going to say on the Bub Huff and Landals, just a comment almost that the MURs there are new because what used to be the MURs are now libraries. So the MURs are almost brand new. They were Measure G funds.
Correct. The issue we could run into, and it's probably a minor one, is they were built under the last code change and not the current code change. Structurally, there's probably not a lot of difference there, but we do need to look into that to give you an accurate estimate of cost and timing.
All right, Trustee Chang.
Yeah. Question about MURs and gyms, like gyms in the middle schools. Has HVAC been updated in those spaces over the summer?
No, none of the MURs. Obviously, the newer MURs were done under Measure G, but the older ones, I believe the district changed the filters out, but the units themselves were not changed out.
And a question about the e-locks. Are there any local districts that have electronic locks in their district-wide, similar to what we're proposing?
MVLA is actually installing them at all their campuses.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no further questions, we'll take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there comments from trustees? Oh, wait, hold on. I was too fast. We have one speaker. If we can put a timer for 3 minutes up. All right. Ms. Mailhot, oh, and we have two. That's okay. As long as we stay under 10 minutes total, we're all right. So you will each have 3 minutes. We will start with Ms. Mailhot. You may unmute yourself, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Thank you. I was clicking all the wrong buttons, so thanks for letting me join a few seconds late. Well, I can't imagine how overjoyed all the different schools are going to be about operational windows. So we're very excited about that news. Hopefully you'll get as many letters excited about that as you've received about wanting to have operational windows. But thank you on behalf of our school. I had a couple of questions, and I know I don't get to ask questions, but I'll ask them as a comment. On the solar arrays, I guess I wonder what the timeline is to get the interconnections and permission to operate, and whether or not fencing will need to remain up until that is complete with PG&E. And if so, if you could prioritize the schools where it impacts the student space, we'd appreciate that. And then I had a question about the garage doors on the MUR and solar arrays. Will the solar arrays be water resistant? Can students still sit underneath them when they're raining? Or is the intent to put garage doors in the MURs in the case of rain? And if so, I'm wondering what the timing of the construction would be, and if there's a way to time it or position the doors in a way that it won't impact the student space, because at least at Stevenson, the MUR is right by the blacktop, which is hopefully just about to get its fence come down. And I'm a little bit concerned that like a few months from now, we're gonna put fences back up to do more construction. So that's it. Thank you very much for all of this work. We really appreciate everything you're doing for our school and for the whole community. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Mailhot. Ms. McClellan, you may unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask you a question as a comment, I guess, regarding the HVAC. I noticed in the presentation that there were new HVAC units installed At all of the older schools, obviously the newer construction, Castro, Stevenson, and Vargas were new when they were built. At Therakoff, our HVAC is old. It was identified in 2010 in the facilities plan as needing to be replaced. And I don't know why that didn't get done over the summertime, but I didn't see it in the presentation as upcoming projects either. And I mention it mostly because in the past 3 weeks, we've had repair people on site no fewer than 4 times. Our library just got its air conditioning unit repaired so that it can finally open. It's been closed this whole school year, waiting for that to be repaired. And I just wanted to be sure that that would be done as a priority 1 project. I didn't see it on the list of upcoming projects, and it wasn't done as part of last summer's construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClellan. Dr. Westover, you know, what's jumping out at me is that on our previous construction updates, you've included this beautiful little graphic tracking all of the different projects over the course of a year or two. Do you know that it's like nice colored lines? And I think that shows kind of the breadth of the projects that we have going on. So we do, for our older sites, we have HVAC planned, but some of the sites, the HVAC had to get DSA approval because of where it was placed on the school site. And so it has a longer timeline because it's with the Department of the State Architect right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
When is that slated to go through again?
So Mauna Loma HVAC is next summer, as well as Therakoff.
Okay, thank you. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Thank you. As the district's asking kind of for some early thoughts about the 4 million for the electronic keys before this comes back, I would encourage our board to ask the district to take a pause on that. When they were mentioning that there's 17 million left and unallocated for this bond, you know, I'm grateful that our schools are more energy efficient and safer, but we haven't yet focused anything on instructional impact. And I recognize that this was this bond was doing a lot of the infrastructure stuff that Measure G neglected. But I also recognize though that we put this Measure T bond to the voters with, and I've said this before, and I'll just keep saying it again, that in the first sentence we told the voters that there's going to be upgrades to science and art, and that implied instructional impact on the bond. And I think that even if the bond is primarily on behind the scenes, on the less attractive and less, you know, kind of visually popping things, but if we told the voters in science and art, I hope that as we're looking, as our unallocated is dwindling, and as we are prioritizing more projects to projects that weren't on our list before, that we can bring things in that have an instructional impact. Dr. Rudolph mentioned that MBLA is doing these electronic locks. MBLA in their Measure E bond also, however, first prioritized really big expansions in their science. They have the best science and art classrooms in the region when you visit what they've done with their MBLA and their bond. And like, I would like us to think that at the end of this bond, and I don't think it would cost us a lot to say that we too will have the best science and art rooms available for our schools, in addition to the safety that we're providing. I just like, I've taught in so many of the schools in our region, and I haven't taught in a school that has used electronic locks, whether it be a Title I school in Sunnyvale or, you know, in most expensive private school in the region here. And like, I'm just recognizing that, like, is this something that has to be a priority 1 project, or could we take care of some of the stuff that might have instructional impact, and there's money left over, come back and do the electronic locks? I just wonder if board members' thoughts as we're giving guidance on this.
Other comments from trustees? Trustee Berman.
So I just want to share that my girls are so excited going to Mistral and seeing their new office where their principal is and the front desk. So they're just really proud of the campus there and the updates and the solar panels that's in the back, that's in the front. So they're just thrilled about all of the construction that's there. They're super proud. So thank you. There's been a lot that's been done. I think that there's a couple of things that Thank you, Trustee Chang, for asking about the cafeterias. I wonder if that's something that we can look into, sort of exploring what we need to do to make to work on the ventilation in our cafeterias. I know the garage doors will help, but I think really looking at the HVAC system would be super helpful, considering that that's the place where our kids. I think what we know now about viruses and the spread, like we know that that's sort of the hot spot for our schools is when our kids are in their cafeteria eating lunch without their masks, for example. That's really a place where we maybe want to focus on what the ventilation is like. I would love to see the wireless or the keyless entry, but I am wondering if maybe we want to take a look at the expenses for all of those things first before we think about moving that to category 1. My school site always on my wish list. I knew other school sites that had it in Oakland, and it was for all the reasons that you listed. I think it's really, really helpful, really beneficial to track who's coming in, who's going out. You don't have to replace keys. So I completely understand that. I'm just wondering if we can maybe also just take a look at how much these other improvements would cost too.
I have a question. Sorry, Trustee Wheeler, go ahead.
Well, speaking of science and art, I would like to hear, maybe at some future time, what the plans are using the Measure T funds are for, adding science and art spaces or projects.
So just to go back when, just from a process standpoint, after we did the Masters facility plan, the board voted on the priorities that they wanted to identify before the actual election took place. And so they identified safety, security, efficiency, and these non-glitzy items as priorities because we had just did innovation centers, auditoriums, MURs, libraries, and everything else. And we did not touch the infrastructure items that we needed to touch that were originally identified in the first Masters facility plan before that. We do have the Landos project, which is probably our most expensive project that is not in the pipeline right now. And it is currently sitting because it is a short-term growth strategy. And that is a 2-story, 100 students facility, as well as some parking lot redesigns, which is probably the most. That one continues to sit there. And I think at some point, if the numbers are somewhat high, but it doesn't warrant for us to continue with that project, I think there's an opportunity for the conversation to, do we still need that building or do we want to allocate it there? But this bond was never intended for that. It was really intended for the things that we said and that were approved by the board, which are, we have to upgrade the electrical, which we didn't do. We needed to upgrade the HVAC, which we didn't do. We bypassed all those and they were coming to the end. We needed to replace roofs. We needed to do solar, right? So this is really the purpose of this particular bond. It was never mentioned to be, let's build something on top of what we just came off of, which are the MURs and the innovation centers and those other spaces.
So I remember that this bond was going to be the, to use your word, non-glitzy bond. And that was fine with me, but I don't remember, Trustee Chang, what the specific language, the ballot language was for the bond. But if the bond language started off with science and art, and I don't know if that's true or not, but if that language was in there, in the ballot language, then I think it's a fair question to ask, what are we doing for science and art?
The board can change. You would need to do a supermajority to change the priority list and to bring that project back up. Is part of the reason why the board approved the project list as one of the shortcomings of Measure G. But if the board says that science is the priority, then a supermajority reopens the conversation. And then that supermajority can make determinations about what comes next. It just was not a priority of what we stated. And we were very transparent about what that looked like and what the master's facility plan has. So if you want us to bring that back, we can.
Maybe what I'd like is for you to show us what the ballot language was.
That is very easy to pull up from a previous presentation, Trustee Wheeler, because we've gone over it multiple times. And we did the presentation for our new board members earlier this year to make sure they had a good handle on Measure T as well. The bond language, is my understanding, is that it was written as broadly as possible. So there are other things in that language that we aren't going to get to either. When I look at science, what I think of is our outdoor learning spaces.
I do.
That we can, that's something that we've talked about making a priority one project. And I think I would heavily lean towards, we already have 2 rooms in every school site dedicated to STEAM. Because this change happened, Trustee Chang, when you weren't on the board, that we flipped the RTI model. And so every school site has 2 science rooms now at the elementary schools, and we have the innovation centers at the middle schools. But I think that if we can extend into nature, that outdoor learning space is an incredible science space for us. Trustee Chang.
In the Measure T language, we've actually accomplished most of it. I think we should feel pretty proud. I mean, when you look at the only thing on there that we haven't is the science and art. The language is to provide safe modern classrooms, art and science labs in neighborhood schools, and then really overcrowding, replace roofs, ventilation. I think we've done all of it except for the science and art. And in science and art, it's not just having a classroom. I think it's so exciting that we have these teachers on assignment for science and art, but those are actually facility things you need. In the science classroom, if to do proper science assignments, you need sinks, you need fire rated tables, you need, I have all these things that it's not just putting a teacher in a regular classroom to do science. If we want to do hands-on science kind of in a cutting edge way, or art and kilns and things like that. But I'm a little nervous about this idea that we mentioned something about language, and we are applying the 2/3 majority of resolution the previous board passed. But then why did we not use not 2/3, a supermajority to talk about something in the ballot language? But then we don't need a supermajority to pay for revision of Monte Loma parks, which I'm trying to figure out how do we apply? How do we
There was a supermajority there, though.
No, but we're not using that language, right? Like we're not using the language saying that we don't need a supermajority to do ELOCs or things like I recognize security was like a previous board said security is number 1, and then it seems like security now gets a blank check to put anything in there, but now if anything that's not set security now needs a supermajority, just whether it's in a ballot language or not. I'm just trying to understand. And that how does Monte Loma, so will Monte Loma require a supermajority for all things because it wasn't talked about in the previous board?
You actually had a supermajority to make it a priority 1 project. You were the only one that voted against it. Okay. Supermajority opened it, a supermajority directed us to create it, and a supermajority actually passed it. So
that was the threshold. Okay.
So you've met that one. On this one, we're actually talking about safety and security. And as I described earlier, you have, we don't have the staffing to keep up with the issues that are coming up from rekeying the doors. We have one of our newest buildings that's been rekeyed twice already and had students, which also is the site that has most burglaries. We had students who were in the actual room. Using it for different types of activities. We've had issues around staff and lighting and after hours, right? So these all fit within it. We had a kid who broke their arm on the pavement at Amai just the other day from just tripping. So all of these do fall within it. It's not as if we're doing it, but I think if the concern is about safety and security or about using remaining funds, you have a building that's been allocated that currently is not needed based off of short-term growth, that if a supermajority of the board says this is no longer a priority, can be reprioritized as something else. And that is to the tune of, and I don't have what the actual cost, but I think it's like 30 or $40 million that is sitting out there that as of today, based off our current enrollment trends, we wouldn't actually need to do. Now, because it's possible that it could be repurposed in a different place. So I think all of those factors are what are coming in. So I think, we have been applying and meeting the particular threshold, and we have been bringing each one of these items back to the board to get approval for them to be included in this. So, and the Montaloma one, I think, is just a different animal. The majority, it was actually the full unanimous vote of the board at the time to go down the road of a focus group. And then it was a 4-1 vote to open it up for RFP. And then obviously a 4-1 vote to issue it. And so we've been pretty consistent about our approach to make sure we're not trying to, use it when it's convenient in one case and not when it's convenient in another. That's why we keep bringing these projects back. And again, I think that just comes from the last measure and us wanting to be extremely transparent, which is why Dr. Westover and Mr. Cave are saying, we'll bring it this time and get approval the next time.
Thank you. I appreciate that process question.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the electronic locks proposal makes sense in the context of this presentation.
And I'll add that, I walk by the fences every day that don't have gates yet. And my husband was giving me a hard time for putting up security fencing that it's not just like a missing link, like there's no link. Like, it's like, here's the hole, please go through. So I'm really looking forward to those gates coming in. And I think it makes sense that when the gates are installed, again, I think long-term, I don't think immediate flash in the pan. I think if we install the gates and the hardware for getting in and out and later, and we don't sync it all up right now, but then 3 years from now, we want to do it, we're just going to end up paying more money to take out hardware we've already purchased and do it all over again, which is a waste. So I think if we're going to do it, we do it at the opportunity when we can synchronize all of these systems and actually have it be effective and more cost efficient than it would be otherwise. Vice President Blakely.
I concur with what you just said, Trustee Conley, President Conley. And I'm looking at the ballot measure language right now, and it says the first words are to provide safe/modern classrooms. To me, installing these locks, it's safe and modern. It does go on to say art science labs at neighborhood schools for quality education. We leave student overcrowding, replace aging roofs, inefficient heating ventilation systems, upgrade, acquire, construct classrooms, facilities, sites, equipment. And that is, those are the first bits. And I think this is all consistent. And yes, it does mention art and science labs for quality education, but some of that, the RTI rooms that we have, that we're making that programming available, that is compatible. And the board also had prioritized the projects in the master facilities plan. So I think we also need to go off of that in terms of the prioritization. And like Dr. Rudolph says, for example, if we don't need the second floor at Landals, that would free up a whole bunch of other money. And we can go back to the list and look at the top, priority projects. And if we occasionally move a couple, like we are doing, that's appropriate too. So I'm supportive of the path we've taken. And I'm also really proud. Thank you, Dr. Westover and Brian Caven, or Jason Caven team, for getting these projects done so quickly so that we have all the savings that we've achieved. Quite the contrary to Measure G, where it stalled and we debated forever and ever, and inflation just kept going on and on and on. So I'm really happy with the way the district has been managing the projects. Thank you.
And we can we can commit that after we wrap up these series of projects, Landos will be the one project that is outstanding. It just, right now, it's just not feasible. So what we can do is after we finish, the next big expense is teacher housing. So we have teacher housing plus this, and then you have, once you issue the bond, you have up to 3 years suspended. We haven't issued that part of the bond, but we can commit to making sure after we've gotten past, I think it's 2022 is the end of most of these projects, to have a conversation with the board to talk about how do we want to reallocate whatever funds are still out there. And I think at that time, it's definitely appropriate, as Trustee Blakely said, to have a conversation about, do you want to reprioritize different items and bring them up and bring them over? Because, you know, unlike Measure G, where we were scraping by to try and cover the cost, and that's why we did the COP and everything else. And this time we'll be able at the very end to say, what other projects should we be doing? Because at this point we have a project that we had initially identified that no longer is needed, or that may not be needed, or that could be addressed through another solution like a boundary change. And so, you know, do we want to reallocate this, or do we want to keep moving forward with that? So we can definitely do that. And that gives, I think that's that gives you the opportunity to weigh back in and to reprioritize $30 to $40 million that's going to be there.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, public policy, for me, I want to be a workhorse and like get the things done that need to happen to make the schools function better while I'm here. And it's not, it's not like a big poster on my front door that says, hey, look at these wonderful things I did for the district. Look at these beautiful fences and key cards. Like that's a hard thing to like run around and shout and get other people as excited about it as I am. But I trust our team and the recommendations that they bring forward, because I know they're doing the work. They are in the spaces. They're working with our school site teams. They're hearing about what the actual needs at each school site are. What I loved about learning myself was art and engineering. That's why I studied architecture. That's the whole point. So yes, I would love to be able to put money into those areas and those spaces, but I would rather first that we know if somebody gets into a classroom over the weekend and is going to paint stuff on the walls, and we know when it happens and we can shut it down quickly, right? Like it doesn't sound exciting, but I think it's the work we need to get through and get finished. And then we can do things that are a little more, we have some solid arts and science programming, but we can certainly always beef them up. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Roof. I'm excited and appreciate, and I support the process you mentioned of circling back when we in connection to what's going on with whether or not the landlord is building. I welcome that when we do that. I don't necessarily propose that. I don't know what the art teachers and science teachers specifically would need. Would welcome us hearing if we do that, if we do circle back and look at that, to have that come from the art and science teachers, to have the science and art teachers kind of sort of when they look at their space to say what are the long-lasting physical things, the things that are appropriate for bond, not the consumables and materials. And it's just a quick question. I don't know for Mr. Cave on. Is there any increased maintenance for electronic e-locks versus key systems?
Maintenance, no, but it really depends on what system you ultimately go with. If you went with a battery-powered handset, for example, there'd be maintenance to change batteries out. But as far as the actual hardware and software, it wouldn't be much different than in your physical locks that you have now.
So I'm aware that there are I was once a long time ago, and maybe technology has changed, was a resident advisor in a dorm. And I've been aware of colleges that have gone back to key systems because they've had troubles with e-locks, and hotels often have trouble with e-locks, but though they have to use them because that's just their business of infrastructure. But I just want to make sure that whatever system we go for one that has the longest kind of stability and kind of sturdiness. And maybe even if that costs more money, if this is the way that we're going, we just want to be the most maintenance-free system then.
Of course, and you'd bring a security consultant on board, what you're doing to ensure that you have that durable system that's appropriate for a school site.
And I also think that we want the locks that we initially looked at also had the key. So you still have the obligation for the fire department to get in after hours. So they use a little black box. And so there's a, sort of like a hidden key that you can still use, but we wouldn't have as many of them in circulation as we do right now.
Trustee Wheeler, and then we're going to move on.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, if we could
move on. So our next item, thank you so much, Mr. Cave, and thank you, Dr. Westover. Our next item is 9C, the 2020-2021 unaudited actuals budget report with Dr. Westover.
Hello, Nadia Pongo, the Director of Fiscal, is also here with me tonight to present. Give me just a moment. I need to close the last presentation I just gave. All right, so we are presenting our unaudited actuals this evening. Connecting it back to our strategic plan, making sure that we are able to ensure equitable distribution of resources that support student success. And this means having facilities and resources equitably serve all students. So why unaudited actuals? No later than September 15th of each year, the district is required to submit the unaudited actual financial reports to the Santa Clara County Office of Education. Each year, the district prepares the end of the year financial statements as of June 30th using a format known as the State Account Code Structure, or SACS. It's a report of all activities in all of the district's funds, including unspent funds or reserves that are carried forward into future years. Now, it will later be used by external auditors to prepare the official audit report. So why do we see differences in our projections versus what we actually see? We use conservatively estimated revenue and expenditures during the budget and interim reporting process. And this is purely because the risk of underestimating is too great. So the safest path is to be conservative. What are some of the common differences? Revenue received was not anticipated. Expenditure allocations were not completely used due to school closure and hybrid learning, and then carryover amount will be recognized at first interim. So there'll be several things along the way. We'll talk you through over the next, I guess, unaudited actuals and at first interim. We're going to see things that we're not used to seeing in our budget because of the large carryover amounts due to our COVID funds, that schools were shut down for a portion of the year. And again, we wanted to be conservative, not knowing what we were going to need to purchase for COVID. So we'll talk about why you'll see differences in the reports. Ms. Pongo, are you able to unmute?
So thank you, Dr. Westover. So I'm here to, and thank you, trustees, for allowing me to present tonight for unaudited actuals. The district will be reporting a 7.2 million increase in the general fund for the fiscal year ending 2021. Of that, 0.4 million is a big amount for our restricted resources that included the one-time funding for and other restricted funding. Some of this spending will be spread over the next couple of years because some of this restricted resources allowed for this kind of spending. We did experience savings in operating expenses, mainly due to the distance learning for the majority of the year. This operating expenses include savings on instructional materials, for example. We also had a decrease of $109,000 in the contribution for special education in child nutrition. So we have here the unrestricted and restricted funding. So combined, we have an ending balance as June 30th of 31.5 million, and this is a reserve level of 31.65%. So what we do is we do reset the beginning balance with our adopted budget with our unaudited actuals. So with that ending balance for our unaudited actuals, we do have a projection for year one of 32.7 million with a reserve level of 30%. In year 2, we have a projected ending balance of 32.1 million with a 26.02% reserve level. And in year 3, we're projecting a 30.8 million ending balance with a 21.54%. And it's important to keep in mind that this savings, operating savings and one-time revenue from federal and state are due to COVID. So it's not something that it will continue to happen, and that other districts are experiencing similar circumstances as we are.
So some updates and changes heading into the 21-22 first interim, which we'll present in December. So we have additional positions that we've added due to COVID needs, including a confidential secretary to manage contact tracing and county reporting. We've added additional child nutrition positions at every site to help prepare and serve meals. I know the board's been getting regular updates, or we've been sending regular updates on just the massive volume of meals that we're serving every day. And we also had pleasant news that unemployment insurance decreased from 1.5% to 0.5%. due to the state absorbing the additional cost for school districts. We are also anticipating or needing to pay for the cost of independent study. So our next steps, we'll continue to monitor updates from the state and continue to plan to spend COVID funds. We'll also receive the ESSER 3 final allocation, which will be reflected in our books at first interim. And then we'll take questions.
Thank you. Questions from trustees? All right, seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function or by pressing *9 on your phone. There does not appear to be public comment at this moment. Are there comments from trustees? I would just like to point out that Dr. Westover, the 3-year calculation doesn't include anything like pay raises for teachers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further comments from trustees, Trustee Chang.
Just a quick one. When this one-time thing that makes our reserve looks big, related to COVID funds, and I think that when we see our interim, I think we'll see a lot of it, as that slide was suggesting, is already called for COVID response. I think that's really important, so that that when we go into whether it be future contract negotiations, that people people don't think that this is money that's just sitting there. It's like these are funds that were acquired because of COVID, and I think should be spent on COVID and not be seen as excess reserve funds that can be pursued for other means.
All right, thank you, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Westover and Ms. Pongo, for hanging in there with us this evening. We really appreciate your time and your presentation. It was very clear.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item 10, board updates. Are there any updates? Nope. I will just say that in my role in the Digital Equity Coalition, we are following CPUC, California Public Utilities Commission hearings now on how to allocate money from SB 156 for a middle mile broadband network and last mile broadband network. So I just completed filing motion for party status, which was a new experience, but it's exciting to see things moving at that level across the state. Trustee Berman.
I think I just realized that I should have announced this earlier, and I just want to recognize that September is Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th. And the theme for this year is Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage and hope.
Wonderful. Thank you, Trustee Berman. We will now move on to item 11, items for future agendas. Dr. Rudolph, were there any items for future agendas submitted?
No, there weren't.
Okay, thank you. Item 12 is future board meeting dates. Our next regularly scheduled meetings are September 23rd, October 7th, and October 21st. And on that note, at 10:41 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.